Breaking news spreads across the world. The Black Dragon Guild has failed to clear the 40th floor of the tower. Once again, they return empty-handed. But while an entire guild failed one, Hunter succeeded alone. The rank 1 hunter known to the public as the Flame Emperor. On the television screen, the Flame Emperor stands calmly after defeating a boss by himself. Reporters surround him and praise his record, calling him the pride of hunters. Instead of smiling, the Flame Emperor looks annoyed. He interrupts them and demands they stop calling him by that title, saying the name is embarrassing and that they should just use his real name, Yu Suha. The reporters freeze and struggle to respond. Even while being watched by the entire world, the Flame Emperor speaks without restraint. Yet despite his attitude, the world still treats him as the greatest hunter of this era. The scene then shifts to a small single-room apartment. A weak hunter watches the broadcast in silence. This is Kim Gunja. He is not famous, he is not powerful, and he does not stand out in any way. As Kim watches the Flame Emperor on the screen, one emotion fills his heart. Envy. Not admiration and not respect. Only envy? He mutters that he envies him. Kim opens his phone and scrolls through hunter communities. The internet is overflowing with reactions. Some people defend the Flame Emperor, saying strong people are allowed to act freely. Others criticize him for being rude and arrogant. Arguments fill every post, but Kim keeps leaving the same comment again and again, saying he wants to become just like the Flame Emperor. Then another topic spreads online. People claim the Flame Emperor may be close to the Saintess, a famous hunter loved for her kindness and beauty. When Kim sees her image, he feels even more frustrated. Strength, fame, respect,
wealth, fame, power,
and even romance seem to belong to one man. Kim puts his phone down, and the room is shown clearly. Every wall is covered with newspaper clippings and magazine articles about the Flame Emperor, records of solo clears and rank 1 achievements from many years ago. This is not simple admiration. It is obsession built over time. Surrounded by these articles, Kim finally admits the truth. He does not want money. He wants success. He wants to become someone others look up to. Back on the television, a reporter asks the Flame Emperor to give advice to young hunters who dream of success. The Flame Emperor answers calmly, saying that those who are meant to succeed will succeed regardless. Then he looks straight into the camera and warns them not to stand in his way. After that, the Flame Emperor turns his back and leaves. Kim feels anger rise inside him. He accepts his reality. He is only an F-class hunter, the weakest rank. Still, he shouts his desire into the empty room. He wants to succeed, and he wants a powerful skill. Suddenly, a golden light appears in front of him. A skill, awakening has begun. Golden light means a very high rank. A message appears saying the tower grants him a skill because of his deep envy. The light turns into a card, but when Kim reads it, his expression freezes. Using this skill will end his life. On that day, Kim gains an extremely powerful skill, and at the same time, realizes it may be the worst skill imaginable. This moment marks the true beginning of his story. Skill awakening is something that makes many hunters feel hopeless, because everyone awakens in a different way. Some people train for years before it happens. Some suddenly hear a strange voice, and others gain abilities easily after entering the tower. There is no fairness in how skills are given. Many kind and hardworking hunters struggle because they lack talent, while others live comfortably thanks to powerful skills despite having bad personalities. The Flame Emperor represents this unfair world perfectly. From Kim's point of view, it feels like the Flame Emperor is playing a game where luck itself is a skill, while his own life feels like a terrible random chance game where everything goes wrong. Filled with frustration, Kim drinks heavily and wanders the streets. Without knowing where he is going, he vomits in a dark alley and mutters that false hope hurts more than having no hope at all. His powerful skill feels like a cruel joke. Normally, after awakening a skill, a hunter must report it to the bureau, but Kim refuses. He cannot imagine explaining that he gained his skill through envy and that using it would end his life. Ashamed and exhausted, he keeps walking and stumbles into a quiet alley, thinking about collapsing there. Suddenly, he hears a woman scream. The sound instantly clears his mind. This is not imagination. Someone is in real danger. Kim carefully moves closer and hears voices. A woman calling out to the Flame Emperor, and a man answering calmly. At that moment, Kim realizes he should have left immediately. The man explains that someone secretly poisoned his drink. The woman denies it and claims she only wanted to work together. As Kim listens, he realizes who they are. The man is the Flame Emperor himself, and the woman is the Saintess, a famous hunter loved by the public. There is no warmth between them, only fear and tension. The Flame Emperor accuses the Saintess of betraying him and restrains her. He tells her she can survive if she answers honestly. Then he asks who ordered the poisoning, and mentions the Black Dragon Witch. The Saintess hesitates, and then admits the truth. The Flame Emperor calmly accepts her answer, and ends her without hesitation, leaving no trace behind. Kim watches everything in shock, and finally understands that the Flame Emperor is not a hero, but a dangerous man. He tries to leave quietly, but accidentally makes a sound. The Flame Emperor notices him immediately. Kim runs in panic, but is quickly stopped and badly injured. The Flame Emperor approaches him calmly and questions him. Kim begs and insists he knows nothing and was only passing by. The Flame Emperor does not believe him and warns that he will be ended as well, desperate to survive. Kim brings up the lie detection skill the Flame Emperor mentioned earlier and asks him to use it to confirm the truth. The Flame Emperor pauses and then reveals the truth. That skill never existed and was only a bluff used to scare people. The Flame Emperor suddenly laughs and reveals the truth. The lie detection skill was never real. It was only a bluff used to scare the Saintess. Kim is shocked and realizes he believed it without question. When Kim accuses him of acting without proof, the Flame Emperor calmly responds that he already confirmed the betrayal in his own way. He explains that if he had not acted first, the Saintess would have ended him the next day. The Flame Emperor speaks with complete confidence, saying he knows everything because of a secret method, but refuses to explain further. Kim notices something unsettling in his eyes. It is not madness, but absolute certainty. For a brief moment, the Flame Emperor seems convinced that Kim is innocent. He even pats Kim's head and smiles. Kim feels a moment of relief, but it does not last. The Flame Emperor calmly points out that Kim recognized him and witnessed what happened in the alley. Because of that, he decides Kim cannot be allowed to leave. The Flame Emperor introduces himself and places his hand on Kim's head. Intense heat follows, and Kim's life comes to an end. As everything fades, Kim's past is revealed. He was an orphan, named Kim, given a hopeful name by his caretaker, yet he lived an unlucky and ordinary life. System messages appear, stating that conditions have been met and that skills are being copied. Kim sees countless lights representing different abilities. Most are weak and easy to reach, but one golden light moves faster than the rest. Kim reaches out and selects it. Moments later, Kim wakes up in his small apartment, completely unharmed. At first, he believes everything was a dream, but when he turns on the television, he sees the same broadcast from before, the Flame Emperor standing on screen giving the same interview. Kim checks the date and realizes time has returned to the previous day. Online communities show the same posts as before, but Kim's own comments are missing, confirming that he has truly returned to the past. Kim opens his skill window and sees his original, dangerous skill again. But now there's a second golden skill beside it, a new ability he did not have before. The new skill allows him to return to the past whenever his life ends. At that moment, Kim finally understands the Flame Emperor's secret. The Flame Emperor has been repeating time using the same ability. That is how he always knows the future and avoids danger. Watching the interview again, Kim no longer sees the Flame Emperor as a hero. He sees him as an enemy, holding the same type of ability the Flame Emperor has. Kim realizes they are now standing at the same starting point. This realization marks the beginning of Kim's resolve to fight back. After returning to the previous day once again, Kim is filled with one clear emotion: revenge. But unlike before, he forces himself to calm down. He already understands that facing the Flame Emperor in a normal way is impossible. The gap in strength is too large, and even if the Flame Emperor is taken down once, he would simply return to the past, making direct confrontation meaningless. Kim realizes that even worse than losing would be being captured and trapped forever. Unable to escape, this makes reckless action useless. Kim spends the entire day locked inside his small room, carefully thinking and planning. He studies every article and interview about the Flame Emperor that covers his walls, searching for even the smallest weakness. Hour after hour passes without progress, but Kim refuses to give up. Eventually, While rereading an old interview, something catches his attention. The Flame Emperor once mentioned that he awakened his first skill 11 years ago on his birthday, while he was still on the first floor of the tower. This small detail becomes the key. Kim realizes that the only way to truly stop the Flame Emperor is to reach a point in time before he ever gained that power. While Kim is thinking, chaos suddenly breaks out outside. A massive fire has started in the city. On the first floor of the tower, residents panic and rush to help. Kim also goes outside and quickly understands what happened. The timing is exact. This fire was started to erase evidence related to the Saintess. Soon, powerful hunters arrive to control the situation, including high-ranking figures who are known for protecting civilians. As they work together, they casually mention the Saintess, wondering why she has not appeared yet. Unaware of the truth, then the Flame Emperor arrives at the scene. Acting annoyed and treating the disaster lightly, he refuses to help unless he gains something in return. Even during a crisis, many people still defend his behavior, believing he is honest and heroic. Watching this, Kim finally becomes certain the Flame Emperor is not just his enemy. He is a danger to everyone. Kim makes a decision and runs directly into the flames, ignoring the shouts of others trying to stop him. His life ends in the fire, and as expected, he returns to the previous day in his room. This confirms that his ability works exactly as he thought. Kim checks his status and realizes that because he is only an F-class hunter, there is no penalty for using the skill. This gives him confidence. Kim understands that, while he lacks strength, authority, and trust, he has one advantage. He can return after every time he ends his life. Kim then forms a dangerous, but clear plan. He will repeatedly return to the past one day at a time, until he reaches 11 years ago. Before the Flame Emperor ever awakened his power, Kim calculates that he have to repeat that for 4,050 times. Even knowing how painful this path will be, he does not hesitate. He takes out his knife and stabs himself. If this is the only way, then he will endure it. Kim decides that he will repeat this process as many times as necessary, even if it takes thousands of attempts, because this is the only certain way to stop the Flame Emperor. So yeah, at this point, Kim is basically counting days backward like a madman. 4,048, 4,047, 4,046, because his plan is simple but insane. He wants to erase the entire history of one person, the Flame Emperor. That kind of legend is not made in a few days, so of course, it will not disappear easily. But Kim knows something others do. Not every time his life ends, the world goes back one day. And honestly, it hurts every single time, but he forces himself to keep going. Whenever he feels like stopping, he remembers everything, the pain, the unfairness, and especially the way the Flame Emperor acted after destroying the city like everyone else. Was nothing that anger keeps Kim moving forward again and again, and slowly something crazy starts happening. The newspaper. Articles on his wall begin disappearing. One by one achievements. The Fade records vanish, and the future itself starts cracking. It is like watching a huge statue slowly fall apart, piece by piece. The room becomes emptier, the walls turn blank, and even Kim himself becomes younger until one day there is nothing left. No articles, no legend, nothing. He realizes he has returned 11 years into the past, a whole month before the Flame Emperor ever awakened his power. And here's the important part. Kim does not hesitate at all. He already prepared for this. During his repeats, he learned everything: habits, schedules, and behavior. Back when the Flame Emperor was just an ordinary F-class hunter, dreaming of getting rich, Kim waits in a quiet hunting area and sets up a simple trap. He covers himself in monster blood and pretends to be injured. When the young hunter shows up, Kim asks for help, and immediately the truth comes out. Instead of helping, the man demands payment, searches Kim's pockets, and shows his real nature: greedy, selfish, and cruel. Even after pretending to help, he decides to leave Kim behind and take everything. Seeing this, Kim finally understands something important. This person was always like, this power did not change him. It only removed the limits. When the man pulls out a blade, Kim stops acting weak. He moves instantly, knocks him off balance, and strikes back. Kim does not argue. He does not explain. He just acts the same knife. That ended Kim thousands of times is finally used for what? It was meant to do stopping the monster before it ever exists. So here's what's going on in this moment. Kim is completely focused. He does not want to give this guy even a single chance to react. People always said that hunters awaken more easily when they are close to losing their life. And honestly, after everything Kim has been through, he does not think that idea is fake anymore. After all, he himself awakened a skill just from extreme jealousy. So he stays alert and keeps his grip tight. What really makes Kim angry, though, is not just the pain or what happened before. It is something much more disgusting to him. Before sending Kim back, the Flame Emperor casually told him his name like it was some kind of dramatic moment, like a warrior introducing himself before a final clash. Kim cannot stand that. To him it feels arrogant and fake, as if the Flame Emperor thought he looked cool doing it. Someone who ended a witness, just for being there, does not get to act noble. That thought pushes Kim over the edge, and without hesitation he strikes again. There is no sound, and no one around to see it. The place is isolated and quiet. Kim looks up at the sky, barely steady on his feet, and realizes it is finally over. The man who would have become the Flame Emperor is gone. Not a legend, not a hero. Just a cruel person stopped before he could grow. Kim lets out a long breath and feels his mind calm for the first time in a long while. But before he can relax, he notices movement nearby. A pack of wolves has gathered, drawn by the smell in the air. These are not normal wolves, and Kim knows he cannot handle them. So he carefully steps back, retrieves his wallet, and leaves the body behind, offering it as a distraction. Once the wolves move in, Kim quickly leaves the area. Afterward, he cleans himself, changes clothes, and makes sure there is nothing suspicious about him, before heading back to the city. And just like that, no one notices anything. Guards do not stop him. People do not question him, and life goes on like nothing happened. Later, Kim sits in a bar, drinking quietly. Watching the news, there is no report about a missing hunter. And that makes sense, because weak hunters disappear all the time. No one cares, and that is when it finally sinks in. It is really over. Kim orders another drink and spends hours calming himself down until the sun starts to set. Then a new question comes up in his mind. What should he do now? He checks his status window and sees his skills again. Powerful abilities, but no combat skill at all. It is frustrating, because money alone will not keep him safe in the tower. This place follows a simple rule. The strong survive, and the weak are consumed. No one who enters can leave. Not even with powerful abilities. Only goods and information can cross the boundary. Realizing this, Kim understands he has a lot to do if he truly wants to succeed. A little drunk, he encourages himself, saying if he already endured thousands of deaths, then surviving and rising from here should be possible. Just as he steals his resolve, the bell on the tavern door rings, and someone new walks in. So, at first, Kim honestly does not care when someone new walks into the tavern. Because, really, how impressive can a hunter be if they are drinking in a place like this? But then, the mood suddenly changes. People start whispering, and the entire bar goes quiet, like everyone is holding their breath. That is when Kim finally looks over and sees an old man wearing an expensive black suit. He looks like a normal office worker. White shirt, red tie. Nothing special except for one thing. Bright red sneakers, which feels completely out of place and on. Top of that, his drink order is strange. Too warm, milk mixed, with vodka and honey. The bar owner is clearly confused, but still serves him. Everyone keeps staring, and Kim realizes this man must be famous. But strangely, he cannot remember who he is, which bothers him because Kim knows the names of almost every top ranked hunter, thanks to his jealousy. After thinking for a while, it finally clicks. Kim remembers seeing this man's face on an old article back in his room. The missing sword saint, the strongest hunter of a past era, someone who disappeared long ago. And suddenly, Kim understands this is the past, truly the past, because this man is standing right in front of him, alive and well. Someone, even the Flame Emperor, once looked up to Kim. Keeps staring not because he wants to, but because it feels unreal. And then a thought hits him hard. This man should have powerful combat skills, real ones, not strange abilities, like Kim's, and right at that moment, without even thinking, Kim's S-rank skill appears in front of him, the skill that copies abilities after death, and suddenly, everything connects. Kim realizes something terrifying and amazing at the same time, because his copied skill only requires him to die. And thanks to his other ability, it comes back. That means in theory, he could copy skills endlessly, even from the strongest people alive. Kim feels a chill run down his spine as he looks at the Sword Saint's back, and for the first time since everything began, he feels something new. Not anger, not fear, but excitement. Because maybe his hunt is not over yet. So Kim starts looking up information about the Sword Saint on his phone. But honestly, it is pretty useless. Most of it is rumors, like how he came from a rich family, entered the tower alone, and likes to mutter to himself. There is nothing concrete about his skills, which is the complete opposite of the Flame Emperor, whose information is everywhere. While Kim is scrolling, he suddenly realizes something funny, because the rumor about muttering seems to be true. When he looks over, the Sword Saint is sitting alone, talking to himself, while drinking his strange milk vodka. It is honestly kind of creepy. And Kim even wonders if the strongest hunter of the past might be mentally unstable, but at the same time, that does not change the fact that this man stands at the very top, and that is all Kim needs. Soon the Sword Saint finishes his drink and leaves the tavern. The tension instantly disappears, and everyone relaxes. But Kim is different. Instead of staying, he quickly pays and follows him outside. Thanks to the Sword Saint's strange outfit, it is easy to track him. Kim's heart is racing as he follows from a distance, thinking about what kind of skill the Sword Saint might have. If the Flame Emperor had such a broken ability, then the Sword Saint's skill could be just as insane, maybe even better. They leave the busy streets and walk into a quiet, open area outside the city. Suddenly, the Sword Saint stops and calls Kim out directly, making it clear he noticed being followed the whole time. Kim steps out and politely greets him. But instead of calming down, the Sword Saint seems even more alert, holding onto his sword as if ready to strike at any moment. Then out of nowhere, the Sword Saint accuses Kim of being an assassin sent by a guild, which completely confuses Kim. But honestly, this misunderstanding works in Kim's favor, because his goal was to be ended by the Sword Saint anyway. When Kim tries to explain the Sword Saint shuts him down and reveals the reason. He has a skill that lets him see how many people someone has ended. And when Kim hears that, everything clicks. Earlier that day, Kim ended one person, and on top of that, he ended himself thousands of times to return to the past. All of those count. Meaning, in the Sword Saint's eyes, Kim looks like someone who has ended over 4,000 people. When the Sword Saint says the number out loud, Kim is completely shocked. This is no longer about copying a skill. This means that from now on, if the Sword Saint ever sees Kim again, he will always try to end him. Before Kim can properly react or explain himself, the Sword Saint decides there is no reason to listen anymore, and swings his sword toward Kim at terrifying speed, ending the chapter right as Kim realizes he has walked into a situation far more dangerous than he expected. To really understand why the Sword Saint is so intense, we have to look at his tragic past. Before he became the top hunter in the tower, Marcus was a man who lived for justice and strength. But his biggest regret is that he wasn't there when it mattered most. While he was away focusing on his duties, a heartless villain targeted his family. Marcus lost his children to a senseless act of violence that he couldn't stop. This tragedy became his deepest trauma. Because he felt like he failed to protect his own blood, he developed an obsession with finding and stopping evil before it could ever strike again. This is likely the reason he developed his famous skill, the Eyes of Truth. He never wanted to be fooled by a liar or a murderer ever again. To him, the world is divided into the innocent and the guilty, and he has made it his life's mission to ensure that no monster ever escapes his sight. This painful history is exactly why he reacts with such pure rage when he thinks he's standing in front of a killer. Kim survives the Sword Saint's attack by pure luck. Not skill, not experience, not talent, just luck. The Sword Saint actually pauses for a moment, clearly surprised, because in his eyes, Kim just dodged a lethal strike. Naturally, he assumes Kim is some kind of hidden expert and instantly jumps back, expecting a counterattack. But instead of striking back, Kim rolls around on the ground. Not tactically, not stylishly, just desperately trying not to get sliced. Kim hurriedly tries to explain that he's just an F-class hunter, but the Sword Saint hears none of it. To him, dodging that strike is proof enough. The misunderstanding only gets worse, and Kim realizes something terrifying. He cannot even see the sword properly when it moves. If the Sword Saint attacks again, Kim has absolutely no chance, so Kim gives up on explaining. He accepts what's about to happen, but just then, something strange occurs. The Sword Saint suddenly stops, not because he's listening to Kim, but because he's talking to empty air. He mutters, commands, argues, and responds as if someone else is there. Kim quickly realizes this isn't madness. This is likely a communication skill. Long-distance transmission. And that makes the situation even worse, because it means the Sword Saint is probably reporting Kim as a dangerous criminal. Kim understands immediately. If this continues, he won't just die once. He'll be hunted forever. So he makes a decision. If he's going to die, it has to be now, to reset the day. Knowing the Sword Saint's reputation, Kim deliberately brings up his family. The reaction is instant. So fast that Kim doesn't even see the attack. The world flips. The sky rotates. And only then does Kim realize what happened. His head has already fallen. A single strike. Perfect. Instead of fear, Kim feels something unexpected. There's no hatred this time. Only desire. The desire to become like that. To reach that level. And in the darkness that follows, system messages appear, stating that conditions have been met and that skills are being copied. Cards appear, but something is wrong. There are no golden cards, only blue and silver. That's when Kim realizes the truth. The Sword Saint reached the top of the world without a single S-rank skill, which shocks him completely. Relying on luck once again, Kim grabs a silver card and wakes up. Back in his tiny room, he immediately checks his status and sees a new A+ rank passive skill called Sword Constellation. He feels relieved and disappointed. Once again, it's not a direct combat skill. But then, a voice complains, not loudly, not dramatically, just annoyed, like someone who was trying to sleep. The voice tells someone to stop making noise in the middle of the night and to be more considerate. Kim freezes, slowly turns his head, and sees a large, blurry figure lying comfortably in his already cramped room. Instant goosebumps. Kim carefully asks who it is. The figure turns around. Now they're both staring at each other. Kim is thinking, why is there a ghost in my room? The ghost is thinking, why can this kid see me? The ghost asks if Kim can really see him. Kim nods. Then the ghost asks if Kim can hear him too. Kim replies that if they're having a conversation right now, then yes, obviously. At this point, Kim realizes he is calmly chatting with a ghost. But the ghost isn't scary. He's confused. He looks around, complains about how small the room is, calls it a doghouse, and asks where the old man Marcus went. That's when Kim asks if Marcus means Marcus Callenberry, the Sword Saint. The ghost immediately clicks his tongue and looks offended. Calling Marcus a Sword Saint, according to him, is an exaggeration. He straight up calls him a beginner. Kim's brain shuts down. The strongest hunter in the world. A beginner. The ghost keeps talking casually, asking why Marcus isn't here, and why some random kid is instead. Kim finally checks the skill description, and everything makes sense. Sword Constellation doesn't grant sword techniques. It doesn't boost stats. It gives Kim a ghost. A veteran warrior from another world. Someone who cleared the 99th floor. Someone who failed the 100th floor, died, and refused to disappear. A being only Kim can see and hear. Meanwhile, the ghost keeps complaining about being ignored, muttering about warriors these days being mediocre, and casually floating around Kim's room like this is completely normal. That's when Kim realizes it. He didn't just gain power. He gained a teacher, a world-class swordmaster, as a ghost, living in his room. It starts with the ghost absolutely losing his mind. The room is tiny, barely enough for one person to live in, and now Kim has a loud, floating, 3-meter-tall ghost complaining nonstop. The ghost keeps demanding to be returned to the Sword Saint, shouting about refunds, cancellations, and how unfair it is that there's no way to undo being copied. Kim, already exhausted, yells back that he literally cannot send him back, even if he wanted to. That only makes the ghost louder. The ghost starts yelling toward the ceiling, calling out to Old Man Marcus, accusing Kim of kidnapping his master, and dramatically claiming that his teacher has been stolen by a child. He spins around the room, blaming Kim for everything and lecturing him about respecting one's master like the heavens. Kim has officially lost all fear of ghosts. At this point, he just wants peace. He asks the ghost to live quietly. The ghost responds by pointing out that he's already dead. Kim tells him to at least be dead quietly. That completely sets the ghost off. He shouts that he's not some dog, starts calling Kim disrespectful, and loudly declares that there's nothing he's afraid to say anymore. Kim can only stare in disbelief. This explains everything. The Sword Saint's constant muttering at the bar, the repeated phrases about noise, the complaints to invisible listeners. He wasn't insane. He was arguing with this ghost the entire time. Realizing this, Kim feels his future darken instantly. If this ghost follows him everywhere, then avoiding the Sword Saint forever becomes mandatory. The ghost, however, doesn't understand why Kim wants to avoid Marcus at all. In his eyes, Marcus is still a good disciple, just one with a dangerous temper, especially when it comes to family. Kim sighs and confirms that he already learned that lesson the hard way. The conversation turns serious when Kim brings up the skill that shows kill counts. The ghost immediately recognizes it and dismisses it as a low-quality ability meant only for identifying assassins. Then, Kim calmly states the number, 4091. The ghost freezes. He stares at Kim in disbelief. A complete beginner, an F-class hunter, and a kill count higher than what the ghost himself achieved while conquering 99 floors. The ghost cannot understand it. Kim explains, slowly, clearly, that the only person he truly ended was the man who would become the Flame Emperor, that he copied a regression skill through death, that revenge required going back more than 4,000 days, and that each return required dying again, over 4,000 times. The ghost goes silent. For the first time, he doesn't shout. He doesn't complain. He just stares at Kim with an expression that shifts from disbelief to something deeper. After a long pause, he asks Kim's name. Then, he asks a more important question. Why Kim chose Marcus? Kim answers honestly, because Marcus is the strongest hunter of this era. The ghost asks if that means Kim just wanted to grow stronger faster. Kim confirms it. Silence falls again. The ghost begins circling Kim, examining him carefully, muttering observations under his breath. Physique, mindset, sanity, growth potential. Kim feels like he's being inspected like a strange artifact. Then the ghost suddenly asks him to show him how he hunts monsters. At dawn, Kim goes out and fights as usual. Nothing special, nothing flashy. After watching, the ghost nods. His expectations are confirmed. He finally introduces himself properly. In his past life, he was known as the Sword Emperor, not from this world, from another one, a world where the tower appeared, just like here. He conquered floors faster than anyone else, reached the 99th floor, and failed at the 100th. That failure turned him into what he is now, a ghost. Listening to this, Kim finally understands just how absurd this situation is. The Flame Emperor was praised for reaching the 40th floor. This ghost reached 99. The Sword Emperor explains that he can tell talent instantly. That's why he watched Kim hunt. Kim assumes this means sword talent. He laughs bitterly and shuts that idea down himself. He admits he has no combat talent, no coordination, no natural skill, that if he had talent, he wouldn't still be F-class. The Sword Emperor frowns, then tells Kim he's wrong. Kim is talented, not in swordsmanship, but in something far rarer. Kim is not afraid of death, not even a little. After dying thousands of times, fear has completely vanished from him. When others hesitate, Kim moves. When others retreat, Kim advances. He faces monsters recklessly, because death has lost its meaning. That is his talent. The hardest talent to acquire. Kim is stunned. No one has ever praised him like this before. Finally, the Sword Emperor asks one last question. When Marcus killed him, What did Kim feel? Kim remembers the night sky, the moon, the silence, and answers honestly. He thought it was beautiful. The Sword Emperor bursts into laughter. He declares that Kim doesn't steal skills, he copies them, that Marcus and Kim are now connected, and that he's curious to see which of them will become the greater hunter. Then he makes a declaration. He will help Kim. Help him surpass Marcus. Help him conquer the tower. The Sword Emperor reaches out his hand, and in that moment, Kim gains more than a skill. He gains a partner, and the beginning of something far more dangerous than revenge. Kim wakes up to the worst alarm imaginable. Not a phone, not work stress, but a loud ghost floating around his room screaming at him to wake up. The Sword Emperor ghost has decided that 4 in the morning is the perfect time to train, because according to him, even worms wake up at this hour. And Kim is apparently weaker than a worm. Kim checks his phone and immediately loses his temper. It's barely past 4 a.m., and the ghost is already acting like a drill sergeant. The ghost casually admits he woke Kim up because he was bored, and then demands gratitude for the opportunity to train. Kim threatens violence, which the ghost finds hilarious since he's already dead, and mocks Kim by calling him a zombie who can't even die properly anymore. Realizing his mental health is at risk, Kim gives up arguing and escapes his apartment just to get some peace. He goes out jogging under the dark sky, hoping the exercise will help, but the ghost simply floats beside him, continuing the verbal abuse. The Sword Emperor bluntly tells Kim that aside from sheer willpower, he has absolutely no talent, then somehow compliments him by calling his lack of talent abyss level, like it's something impressive. This has now been going on for 3 days. During that time, Kim already dealt with Yu Suha again, and made sure to avoid the Sword Saint completely. Now he's following a brutal training schedule personally designed by the ghost. The conclusion of that schedule is simple. Kim needs money. A lot of money. And the ghost already knows exactly how to get it. That's when the story shifts to the Sangreon Guild, also known as the Merchants Union, the most powerful economic force in the tower. Their leader, known as Count, is the only person capable of trading with the outside world, which effectively gives the guild control over money inside the tower. Kim walks straight into their Babylon branch and calmly announces that he's here to collect lottery winnings. The clerk is shocked. Even more shocked when Kim says he won first place. 53,000 gold. An absurd amount of money. As the hall goes silent, the ghost casually comments on how easy money is to make when you can rewind time. The clerk panics slightly and calls for a superior, while everyone nearby starts whispering. Kim isn't worried. He knows that lottery winners are publicly recorded anyway. Hiding wouldn't help. If anything, being open makes it harder for shady people to act without consequences. Soon, a well-dressed man named Arthur Taylor appears, introducing himself as the Vault Keeper. Despite clearly being a high-ranking hunter, he treats Kim with extreme politeness. He also, unfortunately, wears cat ears, which immediately triggers the ghost into insulting the Sangreon Guildmaster's taste. Kim ignores the ghost and follows the Vault Keeper to a private room where the gold is already prepared. The sight is overwhelming. Over 50,000 gold coins shining under the light. The Vault Keeper offers Kim a choice. Take everything now, or store it safely in a deposit box. Kim doesn't hesitate. He chooses the vault. Money is a tool, not a goal. Then, Kim makes another move that surprises even the Vault Keeper. He asks to purchase honorary membership in the Sangreon Guild, which costs 10,000 gold, paid up front. This is a calculated decision. In the tower, law barely exists. Protection matters more than strength, especially early on. Kim has already seen what happens to lone hunters with too much money. He refuses to repeat the Flame Emperor's mistake of standing alone. The Vault Keeper, now clearly impressed and slightly cautious, agrees and begins processing the request. Kim adds 2 more conditions. First, he wants Sangreon to recommend him a safer place to live. Second, when the lottery win is announced publicly, his honorary guild status must be mentioned alongside his name. This way, anyone thinking of targeting him will think twice. Behind the scenes, the ghost is laughing non-stop, mocking the Vault Keeper and praising Kim for actually thinking ahead. For once, the ghost admits Kim is doing well on his own. Kim might complain, but deep down, he's satisfied. This is where his real life begins. The Flame Emperor never used regression properly, but Kim will. With money secured, protection established, and a deranged Sword Emperor ghost as his mentor, Kim finally stands at the starting line. 4,000 deaths weren't the end. They were preparation. And now, his solo run truly begins. The Sword Emperor ghost asking a serious question about tutoring. What matters most when receiving proper training? Kim immediately says he would prefer not to be called zombie anymore, only for the ghost to bluntly answer that the most important thing is the tutoring fee. They have just finished their business with the Sangreon Guild and step back into the busy streets of Babylon, where retired hunters run cafes and restaurants, while abandoned shops sit quietly with owners staring into nothing. A clear reminder that Babylon is cruel and unforgiving, a place where some people succeed, and others are simply left behind. The ghost reminds Kim that he already secured the tutoring fee through the lottery, and now they need to decide what comes next. Kim suggests finding a good tutor, but the ghost shamelessly points at himself and declares that Kim doesn't need another teacher. What he really needs is a proper textbook to grow faster. Skill tomes are useless because Kim wouldn't understand them anyway, leaving only one real option: elixirs. Not cheap elixirs either, but absurdly expensive ones made by top-tier alchemists from the Alchemy Castle. The ghost casually mentions a shop that Marcus, the Sword Saint, used to visit, which immediately makes Kim nervous. When the ghost whispers the price, Kim nearly collapses, realizing that even with his lottery winnings, he could barely afford 4 bottles, maybe 5 with a discount, meaning he's about to become poor again, despite winning big. Then suddenly, the ghost's tone changes, and he urgently tells Kim to hide. Without hesitation, Kim dives behind a trash can, instantly regretting it because of the smell, as the ghost explains why. The Sword Saint is nearby. Kim carefully peeks out and sees the white-haired old man walking down the street, muttering to himself like always, and both of them stay completely silent until he disappears into a building. The ghost clicks his tongue in frustration, because that building happens to be the best elixir shop in Babylon, which means they can't use it. Kim starts thinking and realizes that if using the same shop as the Sword Saint is dangerous, but they still need top-quality elixirs, the answer must lie elsewhere. He pulls out his phone and checks the rankings of top hunters, and as he scrolls, something becomes clear. The pharmacist he's thinking of isn't on the list yet, which means it won't cost nearly as much. Kim grins and tells the ghost they only need to spend a small amount to get the best elixirs, though the ghost doesn't believe him at all. Kim confidently leads them into a dark, poor neighborhood, where hunters stare with predatory eyes, and the atmosphere feels dangerous and lawless, causing the ghost to complain that no skilled pharmacist would live in a place like this. Kim insists he's telling the truth. This isn't just any pharmacist. This is the best pharmacist in history. As they move deeper into the alley, they hear shouting and discover gangsters looting a small shop, violently taking equipment, while a young woman desperately begs them to stop. She pleads for time, saying she needs her tools to survive, but the gangsters don't care, reminding her that her debt is overdue, before leaving with her equipment, and mocking her for ever trying to make medicine again. When they leave, the woman collapses in despair, as bystanders whisper cruelly, mocking her prices, calling her delusional, and saying she deserved to fail. She tries to argue that her medicine is fairly priced and unmatched in quality, but no one listens and the crowd disperses, leaving her alone on the ground, begging anyone to buy her potions. The ghost looks at Kim and asks if this miserable woman is the so-called historical pharmacist, and Kim calmly confirms it, prompting the ghost to declare that Kim has lost his mind and needs therapy. Ignoring him, Kim approaches the woman and sees how exhausted and broken she looks up close. Unkempt hair, oversized clothes, cracked glasses, yet the white coat clearly marks her as a pharmacist. Kim politely asks if she's still selling, and at first she's shocked, then hopeful, and the moment Kim says he wants to place an order, color returns to her face as she nervously asks how expensive it will be. Kim answers calmly, 20,000 gold, causing her to freeze in disbelief. This woman, who looks like she's about to vanish from history, is actually the future Lord of the Alchemy Castle, a pharmacist who will later rise to rank 5 and become someone Kim wouldn't even dare approach, but right now she's desperate. And Kim smiles as he tells her to take the order, becoming the most terrifying kind of customer she could ever have, a loyal one. So Kim finally enters the pharmacist's shop, and honestly, the place looks like a disaster zone. Broken bottles, overturned shelves, dust everywhere. Even the Sword Emperor is shocked. And that's saying something. He openly doubts whether Kim should even drink anything made here. At the same time, the pharmacist herself is nervous. She can't believe Kim is really ordering elixirs worth 20,000 gold. Kim reassures her and even offers advance payment, which she very awkwardly accepts because she's basically on the verge of bankruptcy. But here's the important part. When she worries that Kim might be ordering drugs, she firmly refuses. No matter how much money is involved, she won't make anything immoral. That's when Kim realizes she truly deserves the title of an alchemy master. She may look weak, but her principles are solid. Now, the Sword Emperor finally speaks up and gives Kim a recipe. Not a simple one either. A terrifyingly complex elixir made from rare monster materials. Kim relays the recipe, and something interesting happens. The pharmacist immediately understands it. She analyzes the interactions, points out poison neutralization, freshness requirements, and even identifies the exact effect. At that moment, her personality completely changes. The shy, trembling woman disappears, and a true expert takes over. She's excited, focused, and fully absorbed in alchemy. The Sword Emperor realizes it too. She's not a fraud. She's the real deal. She promises to finish the elixir in 4 days, which shocks Kim because in the future, it would have taken a full year to get medicine from her. The Sword Emperor still complains, convinced she'll run away with the money, but Kim knows better. 4 days later, she personally delivers the elixirs. She didn't run. She didn't cheat. The quantity alone is absurd. 30 days worth of elixirs that would have lasted only 2 days if bought elsewhere. Then she asks Kim the real question. Why her? Kim answers honestly. Not because she's strong, not because she'll be famous one day, but because she seems like a good person. Someone who deserves to succeed. Someone who won't turn into a monster, like the Flame Emperor. She accepts those words seriously. This isn't just business anymore, it's a partnership. The very next day, Kim heads to the 3rd floor hunting grounds, carrying elixirs and a sleeping bag. He drinks the potion, and everything changes. Time slows down. Sensations explode. Every heartbeat, every drop of sweat, every movement becomes painfully clear. The elixir isn't poison, but it feels worse than one. That's when the Sword Emperor explains it. Kim is feeling aura for the first time. Aura flows through all hunters, but most never notice it. Kim does. And because of that, the Sword Emperor throws him straight into hell-level training. An orc approaches, and instead of protecting Kim, the Sword Emperor laughs. He tells Kim to fight, to suffer, to learn through pain. Because Kim isn't afraid of death, and that makes him perfect for this kind of training. Kim realizing something terrifying. His mentor isn't kind, his mentor isn't gentle, and his solo training has officially begun, and it shows just how brutal his training is going to be. Kim fights an orc while under the elixir's effect, which slows his perception of time. Because of that, even a single roar feels like it lasts almost a minute, and every sound feels painful. The world hasn't slowed down, only Kim's senses have, making everything overwhelming. The Sword Emperor keeps shouting instructions while Kim panics. He explains that orcs are strong but simple, and that if Kim can read their attack patterns, he can survive. The problem is that Kim's body can't keep up with his mind. He knows where the attack is coming from, but he's physically too slow. That's when aura becomes important. Kim tries to move aura from his heart into his legs, but nothing works properly. The Sword Emperor explains that Kim's body has no aura pathways yet, comparing it to a mountain trail instead of a proper road. Aura can only drip through in tiny amounts because Kim's body isn't trained to carry it. Thanks to pure desperation and stubbornness, Kim barely dodges the first attack. The second attack comes immediately, forcing him to push harder. This time, he forces aura into his legs, bends it instead of controlling it properly, and jumps. That jump is the breakthrough. Kim leaps upward and slices the orc's throat. It's messy, slow, and painful, but it works. The Sword Emperor yells at him not to relax, reminding him that orcs are tough. Kim pours every remaining bit of aura into his sword and brutally finishes the monster, enduring extreme pain while doing so. The victory is short-lived. Because Kim used aura without proper pathways, his body is basically half destroyed. His bones feel crushed, his veins feel like they're exploding, and the Sword Emperor casually explains that this kind of training would permanently cripple a normal hunter. Because he can regress after defeat, the Sword Emperor deliberately pushes Kim into extreme training that no ordinary hunter could survive. To make things worse, Another orc appears while Kim is completely exhausted and unable to move. The Sword Emperor mocks him and encourages the outcome, saying this kind of growth will only take about 100 resets. The orc strikes Kim down, and everything goes black. When Kim wakes up in the familiar dark space where regressions occur, but this time, the Sword Emperor is there too, confused. Then something completely unexpected happens. Kim's skill activates again. Instead of copying a hunter's skill, it tries to copy the orc's skill. 2 bronze skill cards appear. Both Kim and the Sword Emperor freeze. They realize something shocking. Monsters also have skills, and that changes everything. While the Sword Emperor is still complaining non-stop, the system calmly announces that Kim can now choose a skill card. This alone confirms something insane. Kim's copy skill doesn't just work on hunters, it works on monsters too. Even the Sword Emperor is furious about this, calling it completely unfair and accusing the tower of cheating. 2 bronze-colored skill cards appear and start flying around. Kim can only see the backs of the cards, so to him, it's pure luck. But then something unexpected happens. The Sword Emperor casually reveals that he can see the front of the cards. Because he isn't bound by Kim's position in this strange space, he can freely move around and actually read the skill descriptions. This is a huge realization for Kim. It means that with the Sword Emperor around, he doesn't have to gamble blindly anymore. The Sword Emperor explains both skills, and they're awful. One skill massively boosts orc reproduction in exchange for constant side effects, and the other lets Kim speak the orc language, but comes with ridiculous quirks. Both are low rank, weird, and honestly embarrassing skills. At first, the Sword Emperor insists Kim should choose the reproduction skill because it sounds more powerful. But Kim thinks differently. He realizes that raw power doesn't matter as much as usefulness. Being able to communicate like an orc might sound stupid, but it could be exploited in combat. While the Sword Emperor panics and tries to stop him, Kim confidently chooses the language skill. The moment he does, the system confirms the selection and sends Kim back 24 hours. When he wakes up, he's no longer in his old tiny room. He's now staying in a proper hotel provided by the Sangrian Guild, showing how much his situation has already improved. The Sword Emperor is annoyed because his prank failed, but Kim calmly checks his status window and confirms the new skill is there. Later, Kim heads back to the hunting grounds and drinks the elixir again. This time, he can immediately feel aura flowing inside him, showing real progress. When an orc approaches, Kim doesn't rush or panic. Instead, he activates his new skill and starts speaking in the orc's language. The result is incredible. The orc freezes in confusion. It can't process why its prey is suddenly talking like one of its own. That moment of hesitation is all Kim needs. With precise aura control, he slices the orc's throat cleanly and kills it without taking serious damage. The Sword Emperor explodes in rage, calling Kim a dirty cheater for abusing monster psychology instead of fighting head-on. But Kim doesn't care. The strategy works, his body holds up, and for the first time, he's killing monsters efficiently instead of dying repeatedly. After 1 week of training like this, Kim is no longer stuck on the lower floors. He has already advanced to the 5th hunting floor. That single trash monster skill completely changed his growth speed. In short, this chapter proves 3 huge things. Kim can copy monster skills, the Sword Emperor can help him choose skills intelligently, and Kim's real strength isn't brute force, it's how creatively and shamelessly he uses every advantage he gets. This chapter opens after a full week of non-stop hunting. Kim finally defeats the strongest monster he's faced so far in the 5th floor, a king goblin. It wasn't easy at all. He had to burn through 6 coins. It becomes clear that he went through this loop 5 times just to learn how to defeat it properly. Even after winning, he pauses for a moment, treating the king goblin like a worthy opponent, only for the Sword Emperor to immediately call him a deranged zombie for being sentimental over a monster corpse. By now, Kim is fully used to aura. Time still feels slow because of the elixir, but he's learned to function inside it. He even speeds up his speech by flowing aura into his tongue. When he checks the copied skill from the king goblin, it turns out to be another ridiculous low-rank skill about goblins changing how they speak to sound more dignified, completely useless. Kim clicks his tongue, and the Sword Emperor dryly remarks that humans obsess over pointless things too. Then something huge happens. A system message appears, saying Kim's existence is becoming clearer. This is the long-awaited sign of leveling up. For the first time in his life, Kim finally breaks out of permanent F rank. His hunter rank increases to E class, and his skill slots expand. Red aura flares around his body like liquid fire before fading away. The Sword Emperor explains, this isn't just a flashy effect, it's a hint. The form that appears during level up reveals the shape of a hunter's aura, which is usually tied to their deepest memories or trauma. According to the Sword Emperor, the Flame Emperor's aura was fire, shaped by destruction and burning hatred. Kim's aura looks like fire or blood, though it's still unclear which. When Kim asks about the Sword Saint's aura, the Sword Emperor casually reveals its moonlight, tied to a childhood memory of being lost in the mountains and seeing the night sky, a calm and reflective moment that shaped Marcus's entire path. With the 5th floor now feeling easy, the Sword Emperor suggests moving up to the 6th floor, but Kim shocks him by proposing something insane instead, skipping straight to the 10th floor boss, a stage humanity hasn't cleared in years. The Sword Emperor calls him arrogant, but Kim is serious. He believes his skills, aura control, and monster copy ability are enough. They make a bet. If Kim can't clear the 10th floor boss within 2 deaths, he'll call the Sword Emperor master forever. If Kim succeeds, the Sword Emperor must respectfully call him Gongjanim. On top of that, Kim demands full and honest information about the boss's skill. Provoked beyond reason, the Sword Emperor accepts. Other hunters notice Kim talking and laughing to himself, and quietly decide he's mentally unstable. Solo attempts on the 10th floor are considered an absolute death sentence, so the doorkeeper immediately refuses to let Kim pass. No one challenges that floor alone and walks away. Instead of arguing or forcing his way through, Kim calmly changes his approach. He tells a carefully constructed story, speaking softly and without hesitation, as if he has already accepted his fate. Kim claims he has lost everything. He says his girlfriend passed away a year ago, and that the Alchemy Castle recently informed him he has only a few months left to live. Rather than spending his final days lying in a hospital bed, waiting for the end, he says he wants to face a monster as a hunter until the very last moment. His voice isn't desperate or dramatic, which only makes the story feel more real. To seal the lie, Kim quietly hands the doorkeeper a pouch containing 100 gold, calling it money he has no use for anymore. He then makes one final request, that his entry not be recorded, so no one has to take responsibility for what happens next. The doorkeeper is visibly shaken. Caught between his duty and his conscience, he hesitates, weighed down by pity and guilt. In the end, unable to turn away someone who seems so resolved, the doorkeeper looks the other way and allows Kim to pass. Without looking back, Kim walks forward alone, stepping into the most dangerous floor of the tower, fully aware that once he crosses that line, there may be no return. Determined to create an even greater legend. As he opens the door, it slams shut behind him. Darkness fills the room, candles light themselves, and creepy dolls appear, laughing and choosing a game to play. They decide on hide and seek, and as Kim accepts the challenge, his aura surges and the system announces the start of the boss stage. Humanity's long uncleared nightmare begins again, and this time, Kim Gongja faces it alone. This chapter finally reveals why the 10th floor boss was considered impossible for most hunters, and why only the Flame Emperor was able to clear it. Black Dragon, the strongest guild since the tower opened, failed the 10th floor dozens of times, and their leader, the rank 2 hunter, always blamed it on bad luck. The Flame Emperor later mocked everyone by saying luck itself was a skill, but Kim now realizes that wasn't the full truth. As the boss stage begins, the entire residence instantly ignites in hellfire, a form of aura-based fire that burns everything indiscriminately. Thousands of dolls flood the building, all laughing and playing hide and seek, while only one among them is the real boss, with odds of 1 in 10,000 and a strict time limit. For most challengers, the result is the same: they are overwhelmed or forced to retreat. Kim realizes the key difference. The Hellfire's aura property is identical to the Flame Emperor's, meaning Yu Su-ha was naturally resistant to it, allowing him to calmly search until he found the real doll. Kim, on the other hand, is forced to endure the burning heat using his aura, but even then he can only survive for about a minute. Knowing he can't win yet, if Kim can't clear the 10th floor boss within 2 resets, the consequences will be permanent. Knowing this, Kim deliberately allows himself to fall in order to trigger his skill copying ability. As his aura runs out, the Hellfire completely consumes him in an unimaginably painful end, proving just how merciless the stage truly is. After the reset, the story takes a darker turn. Kim enters the Netherworld, where skill cards are generated from the Hellfire Maiden boss. Among them is a terrifying S-rank Hellfire skill that allows the user to trap everything within a massive radius in inescapable flames. However, Kim notices something strange about the stage. If only one doll is real, then why are the fake dolls also immune to fire? This leads him to realize that the boss must also possess a second, opposing skill that grants fire immunity. Ignoring the Sword Emperor's frantic urging to take the flashy S-rank skill, Kim instead selects a silver A-rank skill that allows him to designate living or non-living targets as immune to fire. With this skill, the entire 10th floor gimmick collapses, because Kim can now protect himself from the hellfire and calmly search for the real doll without time pressure. Confident of victory, Kim wins the bet against the Sword Emperor and prepares to challenge the boss again after regressing. However, for the first time since leaving F rank, Kim receives a system penalty. The tower announces that due to his skill, he must now experience a trauma reenactment, specifically the enemy's trauma, labeled as a weak level extremity called Hell Road. Before Kim can even process what that means, the world turns white, signaling the beginning of a new and dangerous consequence, tied not to monsters, but to psychological scars left behind by the tower itself. This chapter continues directly from the trauma penalty, and shows Kim being forced to relive the past of the Hellfire Maiden, the true boss of the 10th floor. Kim's consciousness is pulled into a vision where he can't interfere, only observe. He sees a Western-style mansion from long ago, where starving orphans beg for food. A nobleman presents himself as a benefactor running an orphanage, but in truth he is a tyrant who imprisons, starves, tortures, and brainwashes children under the excuse of educating them into humans. Priests assist him, labeling cruelty as divine discipline, while the children are chained, beaten, and forced to endure hunger until their spirits collapse. Over time, countless children perish inside the mansion. Eventually, a fire breaks out in the middle of the night. The chains melt, the mansion collapses, and the trapped children are consumed by the flames. Their resentment, hunger, and fear merge together, forming the origin of the Hellfire Maiden. When the vision ends, Kim and the Sword Emperor return to the present, both deeply shaken. The Sword Emperor argues that the past cannot be changed, and that the only way forward is to defeat the boss and continue climbing the tower, just like the Flame Emperor would have done. Kim disagrees. He realizes that Yusuha would have cleared the stage by force without caring about the meaning behind it, and Kim refuses to become the same kind of person. As Kim prepares to challenge the 10th floor again, he notices a contradiction in the Hellfire Trap skill. The skill states that no one can leave the Hellfire without the boss's permission, yet Black Dragon's hunters escaped every time they failed. This leads Kim to the true answer. The boss was letting challengers leave on purpose. The dolls were never enemies, they only wanted to play. When Kim re-enters the boss stage, the mansion ignites again, and the dolls invite him to play hide and seek. This time, Kim uses his fire immunity skill and calmly accepts the game. Instead of fighting, he gently finds each doll one by one, touching them and letting them disappear peacefully. What looks like a boss battle is actually a memorial service, allowing the trapped souls of the children to finally be acknowledged. In the basement, Kim finds the final doll, the true Hellfire Maiden, surrounded by tools of torture. Instead of attacking, he gently pats the doll's head and declares her it. The child thanks him before dissolving into fire, and the mansion's flames fade completely. The chains, tools, and traces of suffering vanish. With the trauma finally laid to rest, the tower recognizes Kim's actions. The impossible stage is cleared, including its hidden condition and bonus objective. After years of failure by humanity, the 10th floor is finally conquered, not through strength or luck, but through understanding and compassion. After the 10th floor is officially cleared, the tower announces Kim Gongja as the champion, but delays the reward until the 11th floor opens in 24 hours. Even though Kim just accomplished something that no one else in the world could, he doesn't feel pure joy. Instead, he feels conflicted and hollow after witnessing the trauma behind the boss stage. The Sword Emperor teases him for looking gloomy, but Kim explains that seeing the truth behind the tower made him realize how cruel the world really is, no matter which world it is. Surprisingly, the Sword Emperor genuinely compliments Kim for the first time, acknowledging that Kim didn't rely on luck or brute force this time, but solved the stage using his own judgment and empathy. This praise feels unsettling because it's rare and sincere. Before Kim can dwell on it, a massive announcement echoes across the sky, declaring to the entire world that the 10th floor has been cleared and that the 11th floor will open soon. Fireworks explode across every floor of the tower, transforming into a massive countdown clock visible to everyone. Kim realizes he has seen this moment before, but back then, he was just a nobody watching history happen from the sidelines. This time, he is the one who made history, even though no one knows it yet. Online communities explode with confusion and speculation as guilds, high-rank hunters, and organizations are ruled out one by one, with no one claiming credit. Kim quietly enjoys the chaos, feeling for the first time what it means to stand above the world without recognition. When the guard Kim previously tricked arrives in a panic, desperately trying to confirm who cleared the floor, Kim calmly avoids answering and refuses to reveal his identity or title. He walks away, leaving the guard terrified and confused, increasing Kim's mysterious value even more. The Sword Emperor laughs and praises this move, explaining that hiding his identity will only make people chase him harder. As Kim prepares to teleport away, he realizes why the Sword Emperor suddenly started acting friendly. He reminds him of their bet. If Kim cleared the boss stage within 2 deaths, the Sword Emperor would have to address him respectfully. Kim smugly demands to be called Mr. Gongjia from now on. The Sword Emperor desperately tries to reframe their relationship as equals and partners, but Kim doesn't budge. The chapter ends with the Sword Emperor falling into despair, while Kim steps forward as an unseen legend whose story has only just begun. Babylon is in total chaos because the 10th floor has finally been cleared, something no one thought would happen anytime soon. People all over the city are glued to the news, arguing and guessing who could have done it. Some say it must be the Black Dragon Guild, others swear it was the Sword Saint, and some think a top-ranked hunter is hiding it on purpose for drama. Everyone is excited, but no one has answers. While all of this is happening, Kim is sitting calmly in a cafe across from the Hunter Management Bureau, sipping a caramel macchiato and listening to people talk about him without realizing he's the one they're looking for. He finds it funny how close they are to the truth without knowing it. He jokes to himself that victory makes even bitter coffee taste sweet, then casually teases the Sword Emperor's ghost, enjoying the fact that the once proud legend now has to call him Mr. Gongjia because of their bet. The Sword Emperor is completely humiliated and miserable, begging Kim to replace his skill so he can disappear, but Kim just laughs and calls them lifelong partners, making it worse. To avoid looking suspicious in public, Kim pretends to talk through earphones so people don't think he's talking to himself. As he relaxes, he notices the countdown in the sky and realizes about an hour and a half has passed since the floor was cleared, meaning guilds should be closing in on him soon. Right on cue, a well-groomed brown cat with gold coins hanging from her neck walks up to him. Kim instantly recognizes her as a famous figure from the future, but he hides it and treats her like an ordinary cat. The cat rubs against him, curls up on his lap, and acts harmless, clearly testing him while pretending to be just a cute animal. Not long after, several hunters with high-quality gear enter the cafe and approach Kim directly, confirming his identity. The moment they see his hunter card, panic breaks out as they start calling their guilds, reporting that they found the person who cleared the 10th floor. Each of them is desperate not to lose him to another guild. Kim stays calm and lays down his conditions before listening to any offers. First, he demands that no guild leak his identity to the media until the countdown reaches 0, because he doesn't want reporters slowing him down when the 11th floor opens. Then he points out that they're causing a scene in a public place. Realizing people are watching, the hunters quickly rent out the cafe and clear everyone out within minutes. Once they're alone, the real bidding begins. One by one, guild representatives start throwing out massive offers, including tens of thousands of gold, executive positions, instructor roles, and special privileges. The tension rises as each guild tries to outbid the others, showing just how valuable Kim has become overnight. Just as the competition reaches its peak, the quiet brown cat finally makes her move. She jumps down, transforms into a woman, and reveals herself as the Countess, one of the highest-ranked hunters and the leader of the Merchant Association. Without hesitation, she raises the stakes dramatically by offering 50,000 gold on the spot and a position as assistant leader. At that moment, Kim realizes that this isn't just recruitment anymore. He has officially entered the world where top guilds fight over him, and the balance of power inside the tower is starting to shift. The moment the Countess reveals herself, the atmosphere completely changes. She casually points out that Kim isn't even surprised to see a cat turn into a human, praising him for staying calm. Kim jokes back that after seeing ghosts on a daily basis, things like this don't really shock him anymore. While the Countess laughs and enjoys the situation, the other guild representatives suddenly fall silent. Just minutes ago, they were loudly competing over money and positions, but now none of them dare to interrupt her. One HR manager tries to argue that offering 50,000 gold and an assistant leader position is excessive, but the moment the Countess looks at him with a quiet smile, he immediately backs down. Everyone understands the gap in authority. She bluntly tells the middle managers to leave, unless they can offer more, effectively dismissing them. One by one, they retreat, making way for the real decision makers. Not long after, the cafe fills again, this time with the highest ranked hunters themselves. The Viper from the OJP sect storms in loudly, followed by the Inquisitor of the Pantheon, the Paladin from the Watchmen League, and finally the Black Witch, leader of the Black Dragon Guild. These are legendary figures Kim had only ever seen in interviews, now sitting right in front of him. The Countess casually greets them, reminiscing about the old days, while the Viper complains that things have gone too far. Despite the tension, the Inquisitor insists they all order drinks first, treating the situation with polite formality. Even the barista freezes in fear, when realizing he's serving coffee to the most powerful hunters in Babylon. When they finally ask him what he wants, all eyes turn toward him, carefully studying his reaction. Kim remains relaxed and politely asks for hot chocolate instead of coffee, deliberately showing composure. Inside, he understands exactly what's happening. This meeting isn't a coincidence. The guild leaders plan to surround him together, hoping pressure would make him crack. But after surviving the 10th floor, this kind of intimidation feels meaningless. Kim realizes something important. Even if they tried to kill him, it wouldn't matter. That realization gives him absolute confidence. The Black Witch then speaks directly, asking whether Kim plans to join a guild or stand alone, like the Sword Star. She explains that clearing the 10th floor isn't just a personal achievement, it's a chance to revive the tower's economy, inspire hunters, open new trade routes, and attract people from the outside world. Kim immediately understands. He isn't just a fighter now, he's a symbol, a living advertisement for a new era. Any guild that recruits him becomes the face of progress, while the others fall behind. Feeling that it's unfair to let one guild monopolize that power, Kim proposes an unexpected solution. Instead of bidding wars, they'll settle things with a poker game. Whoever wins earns his membership, but if Kim himself wins, he'll join all their guilds at once, without special ranks, yet be treated as an equal to the leaders. The offer shocks everyone. Some laugh, others hesitate. But one by one, they agree. Skills are banned, tricks are forbidden, and the rules are set. As the cards are dealt, Kim quietly makes a deal of his own. He tells the Sword Emperor that if he calls him Mr. Gongja until the end of the game, he'll finally be released from that humiliation afterward. In exchange, the Sword Emperor will secretly tell Kim everyone's cards. The Sword Emperor instantly accepts, overjoyed. With the most powerful hunters in the tower sitting at one table, unaware they're already at a disadvantage. The poker game begins, and from the very first round it becomes clear that Kim has a massive advantage. The Sword Emperor, now acting like a very excited cheat sheet, constantly whispers information about everyone's hands. He tells Kim when to fold, when someone is bluffing, and when it's safe to push forward. Kim calmly follows the advice, folding at the right moments and calling or raising at perfect times. After dozens of rounds, the Viper completely loses his composure. He slams the table, accusing Kim of cheating and claiming there's no way a low-ranked hunter could win this consistently. Kim stays relaxed, sipping his drink and casually suggesting that maybe he's just good at poker. When the Viper mocks his rank, Kim calmly corrects him, revealing that he recently advanced from Class F to Class E. That revelation only frustrates the Viper further, especially when he realizes he's out of chips and eliminated. The Inquisitor cheerfully welcomes him to the loser's table, and even hands him another drink, making the situation even more humiliating. As the game continues, only 3 players remain: Kim, the Black Witch, and the Paladin. The Paladin studies her cards for a long moment before admitting defeat. She openly acknowledges that Kim must be using some kind of ability, but explains that everyone already suspected that from the start. From her perspective, the gamble was still worth it. Even if they lose, Kim promised to join all guilds, which is still a favorable outcome. With that, she gracefully exits the game. The final showdown is between Kim and the Black Witch. As they raise the stakes, the Black Witch starts a quiet, serious conversation. She talks about her past, losing her family to war, and how the tower became a place where nationality and background no longer mattered. Kim responds honestly, saying the outside world treats the tower like a dumping ground, while she counters that even something beautiful can grow in a terrible place. As the final cards are drawn, it looks like Kim is losing. The Black Witch has a strong hand, and the odds are against him. Despite that, Kim goes all in. He explains his ambitions clearly. He isn't satisfied with just the 10th floor. He plans to climb every floor, all the way to the top, and surpass everyone. He respects the current leaders, but still sees them as competitors. He's willing to let them use his reputation to stabilize the tower, as long as they help him climb higher. In response, the Black Witch pushes all her chips forward as well. When the final cards are revealed, Kim wins with a full house. The agreement is finalized. He will be treated as an equal to the guild leaders while remaining a member of all guilds at once. After the game, Kim prepares to leave, mentioning that the 11th floor will open soon. Before going, he shares a valuable hint as a gesture of goodwill. The next set of floors revolves around role-playing mechanics. The guild leaders immediately understand how important this information is, and promise to repay him later. Later, after resting, Kim walks through Babylon, which is now in full celebration mode. Hunters are drinking, singing, and celebrating the fact that the 10th floor has finally been cleared. Yet one question dominates every conversation. No one knows who actually did it. Kim walks among them unnoticed, listening to people speculate, barely holding back laughter. As the countdown in the sky reaches its final seconds, the crowd begins counting together. Just before the timer hits 0, news sites finally release the truth. Headlines explode across the city, revealing that the 10th floor was cleared by a rookie Class E hunter named Kim Gong-ja, who joined all 5 major guilds simultaneously. As the final second ticks away, Kim smiles quietly, welcoming the beginning of a new era one, where he finally stands at the center of the world. As the countdown in the sky finally hits 0, the entire plaza erupts. Thousands of hunters cheer, throw their hats into the air, and celebrate like a new era has just begun. At the same time, the system announces that the tutorial phase of the tower is officially over. This moment marks the real beginning of the tower's story. The excitement spreads fast. Even retired or shop-owning hunters, people who had long given up on climbing, are shouting again. Everyone is chanting for the 11th floor to open. Then, the light forming the countdown bursts, blinding the crowd for a moment. When the light fades, a massive figure appears in the sky. She looks like a goddess, or angel, wearing a white dress glowing with holy light. The plaza falls silent. Hunters stare in awe, whispering about how beautiful and divine she looks. The Sword Emperor immediately explains that this isn't a real goddess at all. It's just a system, NPC. Basically, a pre-recorded message that plays once someone clears the 10th floor. While everyone else is mesmerized, Kim quietly asks how he's so sure. Before the message can finish, someone suddenly leaps into the air. It's the Sword Saint. In one smooth motion, he jumps across rooftops, reaches the bell tower, and slices straight through the figure in the sky. The image splits for a moment, and then instantly restores itself, proving it was never real. Without hesitation, the Sword Saint calmly says, "Send me," and vanishes in a pillar of light, entering the 11th floor ahead of everyone else. The entire plaza freezes. Moments later, the Inquisitor laughs, praises the Sword Saint for moving first again, and also disappears after saying the command word. Panic spreads instantly. Hunters shout the phrase so they don't fall behind. Pillars of light erupt everywhere, as thousands are sent upward. The system message continues, explaining that from the 11th to the 20th floor, hunters' beliefs will be tested, but almost no one listens anymore. Everyone is too focused on moving forward. Kim lingers briefly and speaks with the paladin, who reflects on how people no longer appreciate the tower's miracle itself. Their quiet moment ends when streamers and reporters swarm Kim. Keeping it short, Kim says he plans to clear the 20th floor too, then calmly says, "Send me," and disappears before anyone can stop him. The light fades, and Kim finds himself on a massive battlefield. Endless waves of goblins, orcs, and monsters flood in from the horizon. Human soldiers in old-style armor are desperately defending a harbor with their backs to a river. Arrows rain down, and screams echo everywhere. Hunters panic as they realize this is nothing like the safe hunting grounds below. This is real war. A general NPC begs the hunters to defend the Empire's supply line from the Demon King's army. A quest window appears, warning that if this battle is lost, the next floor will not open. Confusion quickly turns into action. The Sword Saint is already on the front lines, cutting down monsters with ease. Seeing him fight snaps the other hunters out of shock, and thousands charge forward behind him. While the battlefield turns into chaos, Kim stays in the rear, smiling calmly. Then, a voice speaks directly to him. The system welcomes Kim Gong-ja and announces that his special rewards for clearing the 10th floor are about to be granted. This is when Kim realizes the real challenge has only just begun. Kim finally receives the full set of rewards for clearing the 10th floor, And this is where the tower system starts to feel completely broken in his favor. First, he gets the God of War's blessing, which gives him a full strategic map of the tower from the 11th to the 20th floors. On this map, monsters appear as red dots and humans as blue dots, like a real-time strategy game. While the battlefield is still raging in front of him, Kim can already see everything happening from above. The Sword Emperor immediately complains that this is blatantly unfair, but before he can finish ranting, Kim gets even more rewards. The God of Mortal's blessing activates next, letting Kim see the names, locations, and abilities of every NPC from the 11th to the 20th floors. Then the God of Trade's blessing appears, allowing him to freely claim one item from any floor in that range. At this point, Kim and the Sword Emperor are both speechless. While other hunters are desperately fighting goblins and orcs, Kim realizes the tower isn't just a death game. It's a perfectly designed system where thinking matters more than brute force. Kim explains that from the 11th to the 20th floors, the tower's theme completely changes into a Demon King invasion scenario. Monsters no longer act alone, but move as organized armies, turning every floor into a massive battlefield. There are only two ways to survive this kind of war. Either become a one-man army, like the Sword Saint, cutting down monsters alone, or build and command an army yourself. Kim chooses the second option. He checks his status window and confirms that his skills, blessings, and copied abilities are all active. Then he starts abusing the system intelligently. Using the NPC list, granted by the God of Mortals, he filters the information step by step. First, he limits the list to NPCs on the 11th floor. Then, he narrows it down further by sorting for the highest combat and leadership abilities. Finally, he isolates the top 3 NPCs who possess military command skills. With another command, their locations appear as green dots on his minimap. Kim doesn't know how to lead an army himself, but that doesn't matter, because he can simply steal that expertise. Ignoring the Sword Emperor's furious protests about cheating and foundations, Kim heads straight toward the closest and strongest commander, General Sarbus Ajum, the man directing the defense of the harbor. Kim calmly lies to him, claiming he has a special sacrificial ability that will bless the entire battlefield if he dies, guaranteeing victory for the Empire. The general is horrified, but torn between morality and duty. Kim pushes him further, saying he will die no matter what, and that it would be better for the Empire's commander to bear that responsibility than leave it to monsters or chance. Overwhelmed by guilt and desperation, the general finally agrees. He performs a clean execution, believing he is sacrificing a hero for the greater good. The moment Kim dies, his plan succeeds. The system activates, confirming his death and immediately copying General Sarbus Ajum's skills at random. Kim wakes up satisfied, having successfully stolen top-tier military command abilities. While the Sword Emperor screams in disbelief at Kim's shameless strategy, Kim is already prepared to repeat this process as many times as needed. This moment makes it clear that Kim isn't just surviving the tower anymore, he's dismantling it by turning its own rules into weapons. Kim takes full advantage of the chaos on the battlefield. Instead of fighting like an ordinary hunter, he rides alongside the human army's general and starts directing troop movements. Using the minimap he received as a reward, he guides the army through areas with fewer monsters, allowing them to push forward safely while other hunters are still fighting head-on. From the soldier's perspective, Kim looks like a hero chosen by divine will, especially because the general openly trusts him and follows his directions. What truly seals that trust is Kim's new skill, Battlefield Eyes. This ability lets him instantly read the battlefield, identify weak points in enemy formations, and tell where allies can advance safely. Combined with his future knowledge and repeated attempts, Kim knows exactly how this general thinks and reacts. That's why the general never doubts him. Kim also reveals the legendary holy sword he claimed earlier. The sword isn't just powerful, it's a symbol deeply tied to the Ajum Empire's founding myth. When the soldiers see it glowing with holy light, their morale skyrockets. To them, Kim isn't just a hunter anymore. He's a living legend from prophecy. The army's fighting spirit surges, and the charge becomes overwhelming. While other hunters are still locked in brutal frontline combat, Kim essentially becomes the brain of the operation. Soldiers follow him and the general in perfect coordination, cutting straight through the monster ranks. Other hunters begin to notice something strange. Kim isn't just fighting, he's commanding. The army finally breaks through and reaches the enemy commander of the 11th floor, a Goblin King. Although powerful, it's still vulnerable to coordinated assault. Kim activates his goblin-related skill and deliberately confuses the Goblin King by speaking its own language, causing hesitation and panic among nearby monsters. That single moment of confusion is enough. Kim strikes decisively. The Goblin King is defeated, and the general immediately announces it across the battlefield. The message spreads like wildfire. Once the enemy leader falls, monster morale collapses. The remaining enemies flee, and the hunters clean up the stragglers with ease. The battle ends in a complete victory. The system announces the 11th floor clear, something that normally takes days or weeks, but this time is done in less than a day due to coordination and leadership, rather than raw strength alone. When contributions are calculated, Kim ranks first overall, surpassing even top-tier hunters like the Sword Saint and other guild leaders. This shocks everyone, especially because Kim still doesn't even have an official title. His reputation grows rapidly, and whispers spread through the battlefield about the mysterious hunter who keeps standing above everyone else. Despite the celebration, Kim reassures the Sword Emperor that he hasn't abandoned sword training forever. This instantly lifts the ghost's mood, showing how simple and pride-driven the Sword Emperor really is. Before being transported away, Kim shares a quiet moment with the general, who sincerely thanks him. The general admits he doubted the prophecy at first, but now truly believes heroes from another world can change fate. Kim accepts the gratitude calmly, knowing he's already moved on mentally to the next challenge. Finally, the system selects the top 10 contributors, including Kim, and sends them ahead to the 12th floor first. While others must wait, Kim advances once again, always a step ahead, not because of brute force, but because he understands how to use people, systems, and information better than anyone else. After the top 10 champions are teleported to the 12th floor, Kim arrives inside the Ageum Empire's palace, a place that looks peaceful but is filled with political tension. The other champions appear one by one, including leaders of the major guilds, and reactions toward Kim are mixed. Some expected him to rank first again, while others clearly did not. The Inquisitor immediately approaches Kim and praises his performance on the 11th floor, especially how he used NPCs, rewards, and planning instead of brute force. He also notices Kim's holy sword and correctly guesses that it played a key role in controlling the battlefield. While the atmosphere seems calm, the Sword Emperor suddenly warns Kim that danger is coming. Before Kim can react, the Sword Saint suddenly attacks, aiming directly at Kim with clear intent to end him. In an instant, the Inquisitor pulls Kim out of the way and blocks the strike, placing himself between Kim and the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint coldly declares that he intends to eliminate Kim no matter what, because from his perspective, Kim is an abnormal existence connected to countless deaths and stolen abilities. The Inquisitor tries to negotiate, asking for a reason, but the Sword Saint refuses to explain. The situation escalates, as the Viper and the Paladin arrive and surround the Sword Saint, yet even against multiple high rankers, the Sword Saint easily injures them, showing overwhelming strength. Realizing direct combat is dangerous, the Inquisitor requests support from the Countess, who provides a large amount of gold that he converts into divine reinforcement, temporarily empowering the Viper and the Paladin. At the same time, the Black Witch steps forward and announces that Kim Gongja is officially affiliated with all 5 major guilds, and that attacking Kim means opposing every major power in the tower at once. Magical mirrors appear around her, symbolizing the alliance of the Black Dragon Guild, the Merchant Association, the Pantheon, the Battle-Oriented Guild, and the Watchman League. For the first time, the Sword Saint hesitates, realizing that even he cannot fight all of them together. Kim then steps forward himself and calmly asks for a chance to talk, revealing that this was his plan from the beginning. He knew he could not defeat the Sword Saint alone yet, so instead of becoming a lone powerhouse, he built a position where others would stand with him. While the Sword Saint walks alone at the top, Kim chose to build an army around himself, and that difference is what allows him to survive this confrontation. Kim calmly asks why the Sword Saint is trying to kill him, because from Kim's point of view, this is their first real meeting. The Sword Saint is clearly furious, and the reason becomes obvious. From his perspective, Kim looks extremely suspicious. Kim appeared out of nowhere, cleared an impossible floor despite being low rank, instantly gained the backing of all major guilds, and is now being treated as their equal. To someone like the Sword Saint, who hates politics and believes strength should come only from personal effort, Kim looks like a manufactured hero, possibly a hidden assassin raised by the guilds. The Sword Saint believes The massive death count connected to Kim proves he was used as a tool to quietly eliminate people for the guilds. This belief enrages him because it goes against everything he stands for. He openly accuses the major guilds of being corrupt and claims they rot the tower from within. The guild leaders explode in anger, blaming the Sword Saint for refusing to cooperate in the past and letting countless hunters die because of his pride. The situation almost turns into an all-out fight between the strongest hunters in the tower. Kim steps in and stops them, pointing out how absurd it is that hunters are fighting each other while NPCs were able to unite to protect their world. He reminds them that their real job is clearing floors, not settling grudges. The paladin intervenes and offers a solution by revealing her skill, Lie Detector, which allows her to tell whether someone is lying. She proposes that the Sword Saint directly question Kim while she verifies the truth. Both sides agree. The Sword Saint immediately accuses Kim of killing thousands of people. Kim admits it, but the paladin declares he is lying. One by one, Kim answers honestly. He did not kill thousands. He was not trained as an assassin. He has only killed one person, someone who tried to kill him first and had committed horrific crimes. Every statement is confirmed as true. The Sword Saint realizes his assumptions were completely wrong. The evidence he trusted was misleading, and the man he tried to kill is not the monster he imagined. The tension collapses as the truth becomes undeniable, leaving the Sword Saint forced to confront his mistake and the misunderstanding he created. The Sword Saint stands silent after being exposed by the paladin's lie detector skill. He had accused Kim of killing thousands of people, but every claim he made was proven false. For the first time, the Sword Saint realizes that he may have judged someone too quickly. Instead of making excuses or blaming his skill, he chooses to admit his mistake. He sheathes his sword and sincerely apologizes to Kim, admitting that he had decided who deserved to die far too easily in the past. He bows deeply and asks for forgiveness, saying he still wants to live and reach the top of the tower. The Sword Emperor, watching silently, does not interfere and leaves the choice to Kim. Kim decides not to demand revenge or compensation. Instead, he asks the Sword Saint to teach him swordsmanship and become his sparring partner. Kim explains that forgiving him freely would feel awkward, so this request allows both of them to save face. The paladin confirms that Kim is telling the truth and that his intentions are sincere. The Sword Saint is deeply moved and gladly accepts, promising to train with Kim whenever he asks. His attitude shifts completely, becoming overly friendly and treating Kim like family, even offering money and introducing his granddaughter. Kim feels embarrassed, but accepts the outcome. The conflict ends without bloodshed, and the Sword Saint officially becomes Kim's sparring partner, marking the beginning of their true alliance. After the tension settles, Kim receives his reward window for clearing the 11th floor. He is given a shocking choice. One option is the Goddess's Reward, which grants him a powerful political role in the Empire and strong support. The other option is the Demon King's Reward, which offers something terrifyingly tempting: instant teleportation to the 99th floor if he eliminates the other top champions. Kim and the Sword Emperor immediately realize this offer is dangerous. The Sword Emperor strongly warns Kim that this is a trap, and says that even he failed on the 99th floor. He refuses to explain what awaits there, but makes it clear that rushing ahead would lead to disaster. Kim struggles with temptation because skipping decades of progress is incredibly appealing, but he remembers the Flame Emperor, who took reckless shortcuts and failed. After careful thought, Kim chooses the safest option possible. He gives up both rewards entirely. He announces his decision in front of everyone, shocking the other hunters. The system confirms that by doing this, Kim loses access to special roles on the 12th floor. The Sword Saint respects Kim's caution, but still worries he is being too careful. One by one, the other top champions choose the Goddess's Reward and take important roles in the Empire. The Black Witch strongly warns everyone not to choose the Demon King's Reward, believing it will disappear if no one accepts it. However, once all choices are finalized, the system announces something horrifying. One person gave up their reward. 8 people chose the Goddess's Reward, and one person chose the Demon King's reward. This means a traitor exists among them. Panic spreads instantly. The Black Witch becomes furious and threatens the traitor with death. The Paladin uses her lie detector skill to question everyone one by one. Kim is proven innocent. Then the Sword Saint, the Inquisitor, the Viper, the Countess, and finally the Black Witch herself are all confirmed to be telling the truth. No one is lying. Yet the system clearly says someone chose the Demon King's reward. The Paladin tries to calm everyone down and says that maybe someone has a strange ability or special condition that hides the truth. But people stop trusting each other very quickly. The Sword Saint starts doubting the 5 guild leaders and says they might be covering for one another. The tension keeps rising, and no one knows who to believe anymore. Then the Inquisitor makes a terrible choice. Instead of waiting and thinking, he decides to remove the weakest top champions first to quickly find the traitor. One by one, 3 champions are taken out, and the system announces that none of them were the traitor. This only proves that the plan was wrong and makes the situation much worse. Anger explodes, fighting breaks out, and the room turns into chaos. The Paladin tries desperately to stop it, while others struggle just to stay alive. At that moment, the Inquisitor suddenly says that Kim Gong-ja should take control. Since Kim clearly gave up all rewards, he cannot be the traitor. Kim realizes that this is exactly what the tower wanted. It was trying to turn everyone against each other. Kim steps forward and stops the Sword Saint by talking to him calmly instead of using force. Once the fighting pauses, Kim explains the real answer. Looking for the traitor is a trap. The real goal is to defeat the Demon King. The Demon King's core is on the 20th floor, and once it is destroyed, the traitor's reward means nothing. Kim tells everyone that fear and suspicion will only ruin them, and the only way forward is to stay together and keep climbing. The Divine Voices react again, showing that Kim understood the system's trick. With everyone finally focused again, the 12th floor quest begins. After the 12th floor quest officially begins, the atmosphere inside the Imperial Palace suddenly changes. Rain starts falling outside the windows, but this is not normal rain. The drops are red, and the moment the NPCs see it, they completely lose their composure. Soldiers, officials, and civil servants all react with fear. They cover their ears, fall to the ground, and begin panicking. For them, this red rain is a symbol of disaster. It represents the Demon King's arrival, something they have feared for generations. Their reactions show that this is not just a visual effect, but something that deeply affects their minds. On Kim's map, enemy markers begin appearing in massive numbers, far more than before. It becomes clear that a huge force is approaching the capital. A system message then appears and explains the mission. The goal is to defend the Imperial capital. The difficulty is extremely high, but the tower also mentions that the Demon King is slightly weakened because it appeared from far away. Even so, the scale of the threat feels overwhelming. Some hunters openly question whether the mission is even possible. Kim steps forward and calms everyone down. He reminds them that the tower never gives an impossible task. Then he points out the most important mistake everyone is making. The hunters are not alone. They now hold official positions in the Empire, and those positions come with responsibility. This is not a mission hunters can clear by themselves. They must work together with the NPCs. Kim begins assigning roles clearly and logically. He tells Viper to act as the Imperial Guard Captain and lead the guards. He tells the Sword Saint that as the Imperial Knight Commander, he must cooperate, not fight allies. He reminds everyone that personal feelings do not matter right now. This is a war for survival, and they must act like leaders. Next, Kim asks the Paladin, who is now the Foreign Minister, to locate the Emperor. Without the Emperor, the NPCs will not move or obey orders. Then, he orders the Inquisitor, who is the Grand General, to go to the city walls and rally the soldiers. Even though Kim does not trust him, he understands that this is not the time for judgment. What matters is using every resource available. After giving instructions, Kim leaves the palace to act first. Meanwhile, more hunters from the 11th floor arrive in the capital, completely confused. They do not understand the situation, the rain, or the urgency. Kim decides not to waste time explaining everything to them. His priority is stopping the immediate threat using the NPC army. As Kim heads toward the city walls, the Black Dragon Master appears beside him. She reveals that her skill allows her to move instantly to places she can see. She explains that the soldiers need Kim, not her. Kim carries the holy sword that inspires the NPCs. Without him, morale will collapse. She asks for Kim's permission to use her skill on him, explaining that it requires consent. Kim agrees, and in an instant, they arrive on top of the city walls. What they see is discouraging. The soldiers are frozen in fear, praying, shaking, and unable to move. Even though they are NPCs, their fear feels completely real. Before Kim can act, the Black Dragon Master steps forward. As the Empire's Prime Minister, she speaks directly to the soldiers. Her words are powerful and emotional. She tells them that walls and stone will not protect the Empire. The real defense is the people themselves. She reminds them that as long as they stand together, the Empire still exists. Her words slowly reach the soldiers' hearts. They begin to lift their heads. They recognize her authority and sincerity. Then Kim raises the holy sword high. The sword shines brightly even through the red rain. The soldiers recognize it instantly as the legendary weapon of their founding emperor. At that moment, something changes. Hope returns. The system announces that the goddess acknowledges Kim's choice and gathers her remaining power. Light begins to spread, signaling that the true battle for the 12th floor has officially begun. Not through betrayal or fear, but through unity and leadership. When Kim let the NPC General Sarbis Agam end his life on the 11th floor, Kim was able to see Sarbis's memories because Kim's return ability doesn't only rewind time, but also briefly connects his mind to the person who ends his life, allowing him to experience their deepest fears and past trauma, which is why Kim witnessed Sarbis's memory of the Demon King and the Red Rain destroying the world. Red Rain fell wherever the Demon King went, and every place touched by that rain collapsed one after another. Small countries fell first, then bigger ones, until almost the entire world was gone. Humans kept running, praying, and begging the goddess, but the rain never stopped. In the end, only one empire was left standing, and that was when people finally gave a name to the being causing all of this destruction. They called it the Demon King, the source of fear and nightmares. The story then returns to the present. Red rain is falling again over the imperial capital, but something new happens. When Kim raises the holy sword, its light cuts through the red clouds. Wherever the light reaches, the rain stops for a moment. This small break is enough to shock the soldiers. They realize the goddess has not completely abandoned them. Even though the rain still falls everywhere else, this small safe area gives people hope. For an empire that is already on the brink of collapse, even a little hope is powerful. We learned that this empire was already broken before the battle began. Its leaders had given up, the army had lost its will, and everyone had accepted defeat. That's why the tower chose this place as a stage, just like how abandoned children were used on the 10th floor. The empire represents people who have already stopped believing they can survive. This is where the Black Witch steps forward. She gives a strong speech, shouting at the soldiers to stand up and become the empire's final wall. One by one, soldiers help each other up, pick up their weapons, and return to their positions. Her words spread across the walls, and the army slowly regains order. Even though she acts cold most of the time, this moment shows her true strength as a leader. Her speech doesn't magically fix everything, but it gives the soldiers the courage to keep going. After that, Kim and the Black Witch talk about what to do next. Kim realizes that holding the walls forever is impossible. The Demon King is too strong. If they wait, the city will fall. So Kim decides on a risky plan. He asks the Black Witch to teleport him directly to the Demon King, so he can face it alone. She understands what that means. Kim is a low-rank hunter compared to the Demon King, and this plan almost guarantees death. But Kim says he isn't planning to lose. Even if he falls, death has never stopped him before. Before they can act, the Demon King makes a move. From far away, It swings its sword, and a massive attack tears through the city gates, the streets behind them, and even part of the palace. The damage is overwhelming. One of the top hunters dies in that attack, and it becomes clear that the Demon King is far stronger than expected, even in a weakened state. The city is now breached, and the monster army begins moving straight toward the opening. Kim and the Black Witch teleport to the breach to stop the advance. The monster army is approaching fast, and they only have a short amount of time before it reaches the city. At this moment, Kim understands something important. He doesn't need to defeat the army right now. He just needs to stand there alone and stop them for a few seconds. If people see one person standing firm, it can change everything. The Sword Emperor speaks to Kim and tells him what truly makes a hero. A hero isn't someone who survives forever. A hero is someone who gives everything they have in the moment people need them most, even if it's only for a short time. Kim drops his bag, drinks a powerful elixir, and prepares himself. The Sword Emperor begins guiding him step by step, teaching him how to stand, how to focus, how to move his sword, and how to use the light of the holy blade to take away the enemy's vision. Kim stands alone at the front, facing the incoming monsters. His heart is racing, but his mind is clear. With the Sword Emperor beside him, guiding every movement, Kim raises his sword. This is the moment where he truly steps into the role of a hero. Not because he is strong, but because he chooses to stand when everyone else cannot. Kim finally steps onto the battlefield alone and truly becomes a fighter, guided every second by the Sword Emperor's voice in his head, who teaches him how to use each moment wisely instead of swinging blindly. Kim starts cutting down monsters one by one, not by rushing, but by linking each move smoothly, learning that sword fighting is about controlling time itself, even a single second, and making it count. As more monsters keep coming, Kim realizes that he feels truly alive only when he is fully focused on his sword, not thinking about fear or death, just moving forward. Even when he gets hurt, he doesn't stop, because the Sword Emperor reminds him that a real swordsman lives through his blade, not by running away. When a huge monster appears and shakes the battlefield, Kim doesn't panic. He uses the Holy Sword's light to blind it for a moment, creates an opening, and defeats it through timing and calm thinking rather than raw power. This moment proves that Kim is different from the Flame Emperor, because instead of climbing by sacrificing others, Kim chooses to stand alone and protect everyone for even a short time. After holding the line for about 30 seconds, the monsters hesitate, the soldiers regain hope, and Kim's strength increases as the system recognizes his growth. At that moment, the Sword Saint himself enters the battlefield, easily clearing enemies, then stops to acknowledge Kim, introducing himself properly, which is important, because unlike before, when Kim only heard names right before dying this time, Kim gets to introduce himself back, showing that he is no longer just someone who dies and resets, but someone who is now standing, recognized, and moving forward as a true hero. The battle finally turns into a true united fight instead of chaos, because Kim's 30 seconds of holding the front line gives everyone time to arrive and stand together. First, the Sword Saint joins Kim side by side, showing respect and choosing to fight with him instead of alone. Then, the Inquisitor arrives with the Empire's soldiers and even ordinary citizens who have no armor but still step forward, proving that people are choosing to fight for their home instead of running away. Kim realizes he is no longer alone. On his left and right are refugees, farmers, hunters, and soldiers, all moving forward together like a rising wave. And even though he can't clearly hear their voices, he understands that everyone is pushing ahead with the same will. The Viper from the OJP sect joins in, promises to protect Kim's side, and repays the debt of being saved earlier, while the Paladin returns with bad news that the Emperor is already dead, meaning there's no leader left. But by now, it doesn't matter, because the people themselves have become the army. The Demon King tries to break their spirit again, mocking humans for relying on time and fading divine power, and then fires another devastating attack. But this time the Black Witch uses her mirrors to scatter it, allowing the Sword Saint and others to cut through it together. Seeing this opening, the high rankers gather and prepare to teleport Kim straight to the Demon King, even forming an awkward but determined group, showing how different they are now compared to earlier when they almost killed each other. Kim realizes that all of this teamwork, growth, and trust will disappear once he dies and resets time, and everyone will forget what happened, but he accepts that, because what matters is that he himself has grown stronger and learned the truth. Knowing that he must die on purpose to copy the Demon King's power, Kim charges alone before anyone can stop him, ignores teamwork at the final moment, and faces the Demon King directly, fully aware that this death is intentional. As the Demon King strikes him down, Kim's plan succeeds, because his death activates his ability to copy the Demon King's skills, marking the end of this attempt and the beginning of the next round. Kim isn't chasing victory in one life anymore, but steadily building the strength, knowledge, and resolve needed to eventually reach the very top of the tower. Kim wakes up after being defeated and sent back to the underworld-like space again. And this time, the tower copies skills from the Demon King of Autumn Rain. While listening to the Sword Emperor read the skills, Kim realizes something important. The tower seems disappointed in how previous hunters used their power, especially the Flame Emperor, who cleared floors by force without caring about suffering or meaning. The skills Kim sees reflect that disappointment because they are all tied to emotion, memory, and responsibility, not simple destruction. Kim carefully chooses one skill and immediately rewinds time by 24 hours, knowing he must fix things before the 12th floor chaos even starts. When he returns to the cafe where the 5 guild leaders are gathered, he's shocked by how much happened in just one day and understands how valuable time really is. He calmly shares critical information about the 11th floor and the Aegim Empire, but only after making the guild leaders promise to help him later no matter what, which they eventually agree to because the information is too valuable. This ensures that future conflicts won't spiral out of control like before. Next, Kim privately approaches the paladin, not for romance, but because her lie detector makes her essential to his plan, and he earns her trust without lying. He then introduces her to the chemist, who will later become extremely important, helping stabilize future events by giving her support and protection early. Finally, the Sword Saint appears and demands to speak with Kim alone, which is exactly what Kim wanted, because preventing the Sword Saint from misunderstanding and turning hostile later is one of the most important conditions for surviving the 12th floor. The chapter shows that Kim is no longer just reacting to disasters, but actively reshaping the future by fixing relationships, building trust early, and preparing the battlefield before the war even begins. Kim carefully prepares to stop future disaster before it even begins. He deliberately brings the paladin with him because he knows the Sword Saint cannot harm truly innocent people, and her presence forces him to stand down. The chemist also steps in to protect Kim, proving again that kindness is the Sword Saint's greatest weakness. Through this encounter, Kim confirms that the Sword Saint's actions come from deep trauma over losing his family, which made him merciless toward anyone he believes to be a killer. The next day, Kim meets the Sword Saint alone and reveals that the reason he is being targeted is the Sword Saint's skill that shows a person's kill count. To earn his trust, Kim repeatedly resets the day, using his ability to prove that he knows exactly what the Sword Saint will say and do before it happens. Each reset brings Kim closer to convincing him that killing him now would lead to massive losses on the 12th floor. In the end, Kim asks for 5 days instead of mercy, promising to let the Sword Saint judge him through his actions. When Kim mentions the Sword Emperor, it finally shakes the Sword Saint's certainty and makes him agree. With this, Kim successfully prevents an immediate clash, secures temporary trust, and changes the future so the guild leaders and the Sword Saint won't destroy each other on the next floor. Kim's careful planning finally changes the future in a real, visible way. When he returns to the 11th floor battlefield, everything looks the same at first, but the hunters act completely differently because Kim already warned the guild leaders ahead of time. Instead of chaos, all the major guilds follow clear rules under the Black Dragon Master's command, forming a proper battle formation and protecting the Empire efficiently. Kim stays calm and works behind the scenes, even while the Sword Saint closely watches him non-stop for the promised 5 days. Using his 10th floor reward, Kim provides a battlefield minimap, quickly identifies the boss monster, and coordinates with the Black Dragon Master to eliminate it in a single decisive strike. With the boss gone, the monsters panic and retreat, leading to an extremely low number of casualties compared to the previous timeline. This earns Kim first place in contribution, real recognition from the guild leaders, and genuine respect rather than fear or suspicion. More importantly, when everyone enters the 12th floor, Kim finally understands the hidden rule behind the disaster on the 12th floor. Earlier, the goddess said that from the 11th to the 20th floor, hunters would be tested, and that the answer they found would define who they really are. At first, everyone thought this meant choosing rewards wisely, or figuring out who the traitor was. But Kim realizes that was the wrong focus. The real test is about choice and timing. Back in the audience chamber, Kim shocks everyone by saying he will alone clear all the way to the 20th floor in just 5 days. The guild leaders think this is impossible, but Kim reminds them that he already proved himself by sharing information that saved many lives on the 11th floor. Since they promised to grant him a favor, he asks them to simply wait for 5 days without acting. After some hesitation, they agree, and even the Sword Saint decides to follow Kim instead of opposing him. When Kim leaves the chamber, he notices something strange. The entire empire is frozen. NPCs aren't moving, guards are stuck mid-action, and even merchants are paused. From this, Kim figures out the key truth: the 12th floor quest hasn't started yet, because no one has chosen a role. The moment roles are chosen, time resumes, the invasion begins, and tragedy follows. As long as no one makes that choice, the world stays paused, and no one gets hurt. While the Demon King keeps urging Kim to choose a reward, Kim ignores it and walks straight toward the Demon King's location using his minimap. His plan is simple, but incredibly smart. Defeat the Demon King before the quest even starts. If the Demon King is gone before time moves again, there will be no invasion, no reward, no traitor, and no internal conflict among the hunters. When the Demon King appears and angrily accuses Kim of breaking the rules, Kim calmly says that he already made his choice. By fighting alone in a frozen world, Kim is trying to erase the entire tragedy before it ever begins, starting his 5-day challenge with the goal of creating a true happy ending where no innocent people have to suffer. It opens on a rainy day with a strange existence waking up for the first time. It has no name, no clear shape, and no understanding of the world. Calling it a shadow is the closest description. It only senses rain, sound, and a small living creature nearby. Drawn by instinct, the shadow moves toward the creature and absorbs it. Through this act, it begins to change. It forms a body, gains limbs, feels the ground beneath it, and understands the sky above it. Rain connects the two. For the first time, it feels alive and wants to keep existing. This moment quietly explains how the Demon King was born, not from intention or evil, but from instinct, survival, and accumulation over time. Back in the present, Kim confronts the Demon King alone. The fight ends instantly. Even after slowing time with an elixir, Kim cannot react. The Demon King's attack is too fast, and Kim dies. Time rewinds by a day. After returning, Kim starts marking the days, treating time like a prison he willingly locks himself into. He chooses this because fighting the Demon King the normal way would cost countless soldiers their lives, each death erasing decades of someone's future. Kim refuses to accept that trade. Instead of choosing a role or triggering the full invasion, he stands alone against the Demon King and takes the burden on himself. Day after day, he repeats the same cycle. He clears the 11th floor efficiently to protect everyone else. Each death teaches him something. The Sword Emperor guides him, explaining that the Demon King's attacks rely on overwhelming force rather than refined technique, meaning they can be dodged with perfect timing and balance. Kim struggles with aura control, movement, and posture, but he keeps improving little by little. Time loses meaning. Only progress matters. As the days pass, small changes appear. Kim refines the battlefield strategies on the 11th floor, and casualties drop steadily. What starts as dozens of deaths becomes 20, then 10, then fewer. Eventually, a day arrives when no one dies at all. When the Black Witch confirms this, she breaks down emotionally. For someone whose life was defined by minimizing losses, seeing 0 casualties is overwhelming. She thanks Kim sincerely, laughing and crying at the same time. Kim continues anyway. Even after saving everyone, he keeps challenging the Demon King alone. The Demon King becomes confused and asks why Kim is smiling despite dying over and over. Kim answers honestly he is happy. He finds meaning in protecting others, even if it costs his own life repeatedly. This mindset is something the Demon King, born from resentment and malice, cannot understand. After countless repetitions, a turning point arrives. Kim finally blocks an attack that had stopped him for nearly a year. His growth has crossed a threshold. At that moment, the Black Witch appears. She couldn't stay still any longer and followed him, wanting to understand what he had been doing alone. Seeing the Demon King, she joins the fight without hesitation. The Demon King reacts with rage and floods the battlefield with monsters, far more than two people can handle. The Sword Saint, who had been silently watching the entire time, finally steps forward, acknowledging that Kim has held out long enough. Then Kim reveals his final move. He activates Monster Legion Summon, a skill taken from the Demon King itself. The power meant to overwhelm humanity is now turned against its owner, and the battlefield begins to shift in Kim's favor. The story continues by explaining the Demon King's origin in more detail. The shadow keeps growing and learning as it absorbs different creatures. First, it understands what a frog is and remembers the joy of rain on its skin. As a snake, it enjoys moving smoothly across the ground. As an eagle, it feels freedom in the sky. Through these experiences, the shadow learns that rain, earth, and sky each have their own kind of happiness. Over time, it becomes a lion and learns dominance and instinct. This is the turning point, because for the first time, the shadow experiences an overwhelming sensation tied to consuming another living being. If events had gone differently, it might have become a natural spirit, but instead it encounters a human. The human is weak, frightened, and loud. The shadow follows out of instinct, not understanding fear or danger. When it absorbs this human, the experience is completely different from before. Along with the body, it gains memories. It learns what a human is, what love is, and what suffering is. The human is a girl named Estelle, born into a poor but loving family, slowly losing her health. She wanted one last walk before her strength faded, and that decision led her into the shadow's path. Through her memories, the shadow learns attachment, fear, family, and loss. This is when it truly becomes something more than a creature. It gains a name. Estelle becomes the first identity of the Demon King. From this moment on, the shadow is no longer just instinct. It now carries human emotion and memory. The scene then returns to the present battle. Kim activates Monster Legion Summon, and the land itself reacts. His shadow spreads across the plains, overtaking the dark substance released by the Demon King. From this shadow, countless skeleton soldiers emerge. These are not random creatures. Kim explains to the Sword Emperor that he chose this skill very carefully. At first, other skills were tempting, especially ones that increased raw power. But he realized something important. The tower counts every death individually, even repeated deaths of the same person. Kim explains the mystery behind his extremely high kill count. He has not harmed innocent people, but the tower counts each time he died as a separate death. Every time he ended his own life to reset time, it was recorded. Every repeated hunt, every rewind, every sacrifice added to that number. Over 4,000 deaths were recorded, and they were all his own. Monster Legion Summon turns those deaths into soldiers. That is why thousands of skeletons appear, all shaped like Kim, all holding the same dagger he used in his past loops. They are proof of his suffering and persistence. The Black Witch is shocked and initially misunderstands, thinking this is how Kim cleared earlier floors. Kim does not correct her, because the explanation can wait. The Demon King, however, is completely shaken. It cannot understand how Kim is using the same kind of power it once wielded. Kim taunts the Demon King calmly, telling it that the answer can only be obtained by defeat. The Demon King reacts with rage, accusing Kim of not belonging to this world and having no right to interfere. But Kim stands firm. He is here, and that is enough. Kim then gives clear commands. He asks the Sword Saint to fight alongside the skeleton army and asks the Black Witch to support him. Though reluctant, they both agree. The skeletons charge forward without hesitation. They do not fear destruction, because they are born from sacrifice itself. Even when damaged, they keep moving forward. The Sword Emperor comments that this army reflects Kim's persistence, an army that never retreats and never hesitates. The Demon King becomes increasingly furious, unleashing more power and shouting about resentment and promises made long ago. At that moment, the tower itself responds. A system message appears, acknowledging Kim's actions. The tower grants him a title. He is recognized not as a savior chosen by prophecy, but as someone who endured time itself. The title given to him is Death King. This title represents everything Kim has gone through. Repeated sacrifice, endless loops, and the willingness to carry all loss alone so others do not have to. Someone finally recognizes his struggle. Even if time resets, even if the world forgets, the tower remembers. Kim declares that he does not need permission or justification. The tower itself is his witness. Death King becomes his second name. The chapter begins by returning to Estelle's past, showing how she became the Demon King, not through hatred alone, but through a twisted form of compassion. Estelle never aged. Her beauty and presence felt unnatural, as if time itself refused to touch her. Wherever she walked, people felt comforted and drawn to her, almost intoxicated by her presence. Because of this, people began calling her the Saintess of the Outskirts. To them, she was a miracle given human form. One day, a poor woman arrived, carrying her sick baby. She had traveled far after hearing rumors that Estelle could cure illness. Estelle calmly reminds the woman of the rules. The baby must be left overnight. The woman agrees without hesitation and leaves her child behind, showing how desperation can outweigh fear. Estelle observes the baby closely, noticing how full of life it is despite its fragile condition. She genuinely feels warmth and happiness while holding the child, admiring how precious life can be. However, this is where Estelle's twisted nature is revealed. Instead of healing the baby in a human way, her shadow quietly moves. She absorbs the baby, ending its suffering instantly and peacefully. Along with the baby's body, Estelle takes in its short memories, its mother's smile, the comfort of warmth, and the pain of illness. From this absorbed life, Estelle creates a new shadow form, resembling a healthy baby. To her, this is mercy. In her mind, she has saved the child by letting it live longer in another form. When the mother returns at dawn, Estelle gives her a baby that appears healthy. The woman is overjoyed, believing her prayers were answered. Stories of miracles begin spreading rapidly, first through small villages, then across nations. More and more people seek Estelle, calling her the Saintess of Salvation. Everywhere she goes, people bring the sick, the injured, and the suffering. As Estelle continues saving people in her own way, her shadow grows larger and larger. Entire villages empty as people abandon their homes to follow her. Governments and rulers begin to realize that something is terribly wrong. What people believe to be salvation is actually consuming the world, piece by piece. Eventually, rulers decide that Estelle herself has become a disaster that must be stopped. They order her followers' homes to be destroyed, and chaos erupts. Humans turn against humans, burning everything tied to her name. This moment completes Estelle's transformation into the Demon King, born not from cruelty, but from misunderstood compassion. The story then shifts back to the present battle. The Demon King accuses Kim of not understanding humans and condemns him for standing in her way. She attacks with overwhelming force. Kim tries to predict the direction of the attack, focusing his aura on his movement, but guesses wrong and dies instantly. As always, time rewinds by 24 hours. What makes this section important is the revelation of how Kim's abilities truly work. Each time he dies, the cooldown of Monster Legion Summon continues ticking down even after time resets. His memories, skills, and progress remain intact. This means every death is not wasted, it is information gained. Repeatedly challenges the Demon King, dying over and over, slowly learning her attack patterns. Each cycle reduces the remaining cooldown until the skill becomes usable again. Kim treats each week like preparation for a single decisive battle, When the skill finally becomes available, he no longer hesitates. This time, instead of guessing, he moves immediately in the correct direction, avoiding the Demon King's strongest attack. The Demon King realizes something is wrong and accuses him of seeing the future. Kim calmly responds, implying that the knowledge came at a heavy cost. With experience gained through repeated deaths, Kim begins coordinating perfectly with the Black Witch and the Sword Saint. He warns them of incoming attacks before they happen. The Black Witch reflects amplified energy through her mirrors, landing devastating strikes. Even when allies are hit or overwhelmed, time resets and they try again. No single failure matters, because Kim's determination never fades. As the fight continues, the Demon King begins slowing down. Her form destabilizes, revealing glimpses of what looks like human skin beneath the shadow. This hints that Estelle still exists somewhere inside the Demon King. Just as victory seems close, the Demon King suddenly retreats, escaping to the next floor. This shocks Kim, who feels frustrated that all his sacrifices might end without resolution. Immediately after, the tower responds. Instead of declaring failure, the system acknowledges Kim's actions. A hidden quest is created. Not only the 12th floor, but multiple floors are revised at once. This has never happened before. The tower recognizes that Kim has chosen a path no one else has taken. A new quest appears, titled The Hero of the Paused World. The tower explains that Kim has decided not to accept any loss at all. True justice, it says, does not demand a price from those it saves. True devotion does not seek recognition. Even if the world never remembers his actions, his choice remains heroic. Kim is given a final decision: continue chasing the wounded Demon King alone in a world frozen in time, knowing no one will remember his sacrifices. Without hesitation, Kim accepts. White light surrounds him, signaling the beginning of a path meant only for him, a hero fighting alone in a paused world, carrying time, death, and responsibility on his shoulders. The white light does not affect only Kim. It spreads across the entire land like a soft, glowing mist. The system immediately confirms that the Demon King of Autumn Rain is no longer on this floor and has retreated. Then something completely unprecedented begins. History Reformation. Light particles float through the air like seeds carried by the wind, covering the plains, the capital city, and everything in between. The Black Witch is confused and asks what is happening. Even Kim admits he has never seen something like this. He asks the Sword Emperor for answers, but even he has no idea. Even the Guardian, who usually knows everything, is unsettled. This makes it clear that what is happening is beyond normal tower rules. Kim notices something strange on the city walls. The Empire's flags are disappearing one by one. There used to be hundreds. Now, only a few remain. The Black Witch grabs Kim and teleports them to the ramparts to get a closer look. From there, they see the full scale of the change. Refugee camps that once surrounded the city are gone. People who had lost their homes were never displaced in this version of history. The streets look clean. Torn clothes become normal clothes. Rotten food turns fresh again. Guards who once looked hopeless now look like ordinary soldiers doing routine work. Kim realizes the truth. History itself has been rewritten. In this world, the Demon King never invaded. The Empire never stood on the edge of destruction. The war never happened. The 11th and 12th floors have both been revised by the tower. The white light gently touches everyone: beggars, merchants, citizens, then fades away. After it disappears, time resumes. The city fills with normal sounds: people selling food, gossiping, complaining about daily life, inviting each other for drinks. Life continues naturally, as if nothing ever went wrong. A general suddenly notices Kim and the Black Witch standing on the wall and angrily demands to know who they are. Kim recognizes him instantly as Sarbus Agim, the general who once welcomed the hunters. But now, Sarbus does not recognize Kim at all. To him, Kim is just a stranger trespassing on the wall. That realization hits Kim deeply. All his sacrifices, all the repeated days, all the pain, none of it exists in this world's memory. The Empire was saved without ever knowing it was in danger. The general's past gratitude, his respect, his farewell, all of it has been erased. Kim's emotions overwhelm him. At first, he cannot speak. Then suddenly, he bursts into loud laughter. The soldiers stare at him in shock, unable to understand his reaction. But Kim does not care. What matters is not being remembered. It is that the Empire is safe. He shouts with pride that he protected the Empire, that he kept his promise, and that he did it without regret. His voice echoes across the city, infused with his aura. People across the capital unknowingly hear him. Kim looks at his hands, covered with countless invisible tally marks, proof of how many days he repeated just to save everyone without a single loss. For the first time in his life, Kim feels genuine happiness. His past life was full of bitterness and self-hatred. He once drifted through life without purpose, but now, even if only for today, he can stand tall and be proud of himself. The system announces that the 12th floor has been cleared. Then, the contribution ranking appears. Kim is listed not under his name, but under his new title. Death King, ranked first. The Black Witch is second, and the Sword Emperor is third. Sarbas, unable to see the system messages, remains confused. Kim cheerfully tells him to take care of the Empire from now on. He explains that heroes are no longer needed, and that the Empire must now face its hidden problems on its own. Sarbas is completely baffled, unable to understand Kim's words. The Sword Emperor laughs uncontrollably, calling Kim insane and shameless for bragging so openly. Kim accepts it proudly today. He believes he deserves it. The Black Witch sighs, admitting that most powerful hunters are a little unhinged, but at least Kim is better than some. She grabs his hand and teleports him back to the plains, then pulls the Sword Emperor along as well. She explains that as the top-ranked champion, Kim must enter the next stage first. For the first time, Kim is officially addressed by his title, Death King. He smiles, accepts it, and calmly asks to be sent forward. With that, Kim Gongjia steps toward the next floor, no longer just a survivor of repeated time, but a hero who chose to protect a world that would never remember him. After countless repeated battles, Kim, the Black Witch, and the Sword Emperor finally arrive on the 13th floor. Even the number itself feels unsettling, and the moment they arrive, they can sense that this place is very different from the previous floors. As soon as they are teleported in, two voices greet them at the same time. One voice is calm and welcoming, officially addressing Kim by his new title, Death King. The tower no longer treats him as an ordinary hunter, but as someone who truly belongs to it. This small acknowledgement quietly makes Kim happy, even though he does not show it openly. The second voice is the opposite. It is filled with rage, pain, and despair. The Demon King appears before them in terrible condition, far worse than when she escaped earlier. Her body is unstable, constantly leaking dark fluid, and her voice sounds like it is coming from many mouths at once. She screams accusations at Kim, claiming that he stole her children, tricked her, and stripped her of everything she had built. She curses the world itself, declaring that if the world rejects her, she will consume it instead. The sheer force of her scream overwhelms the Black Witch and the Sword Emperor for a brief moment, forcing them to reinforce themselves with aura just to stand still. Even the Sword Emperor comments that he has never heard a voice so unnatural. Strangely, the Guardian reacts very differently. He calmly points out something shocking. The Demon King is weaker than before. Kim is confused at first, but after listening carefully, he realizes the Sword Emperor is right. The Demon King is not just injured. Her overall strength has dropped significantly. The Sword Emperor explains it in simple terms. On the 12th floor, she was comparable to a top-tier, overwhelmingly powerful boss. Now, she feels closer to a much weaker version, similar to a boss Kim once barely defeated long ago. This goes against normal tower rules, where enemies usually grow stronger the higher one climbs. Kim looks around the ruined temple where they are standing and begins to understand. System messages appear, explaining that the reward calculation for the 12th floor cannot be completed yet, because the hidden quest Kim accepted is still ongoing. Instead, Kim receives an unofficial reward. The God of War's blessing is strengthened, and he gains a full map of the tower from the 11th to the 20th floors. When Kim sees the complete map, everything finally clicks. He realizes that the Demon King is acting this way because history itself has been altered. On the previous floor, the Demon King's invasion never happened. Refugee camps no longer exist. Cities were never destroyed. That means the Demon King has not yet carried out the actions that originally made her powerful. Kim explains this to the Black Witch and the Sword Emperor. The continent is split into east and west by a massive mountain range. A heavily fortified temple sits in the only natural passage through those mountains. This temple acts as a shield created by the goddess. In the original timeline, the Demon King destroyed this shield, invaded the east, wiped out smaller nations, and eventually pushed humanity to the edge of the ocean. But now, because Kim rewound and rewrote history, none of that has happened yet. The Demon King is currently stuck at an earlier point in time, right at the moment she first attacked the temple. All the destruction, deaths, and fear that once fueled her growth were erased. As a result, her presence has weakened and her level has dropped. Kim connects this realization to a familiar system message hunters receive when they grow stronger. Your presence has become stronger. He finally understands that presence represents the weight of one's existence in the world. The Demon King once gained presence by destroying lives and spreading despair. Since those events were erased, so was her growth. System messages confirm Kim's conclusion. The Demon King is furious, but her presence continues to weaken. For the first time, her rage no longer overwhelms the people facing her. Kim, the Black Witch, and the Sword Emperor stand firm and stare her down directly. Kim calmly declares that this is the moment to strike back. In response, the Demon King calls out to her remaining forces. From the ruins of the temple, hordes of zombies emerge. They were not newly summoned. These creatures already existed on the 13th floor. Many of them appear to be former priests, merchants, and guards who once lived or served at the temple. The Black Witch nervously comments that she has never liked enemies like this. Kim answers calmly and confidently. This is no longer about whether he can win. He has already decided the outcome. He raises his sword and declares that he will win no matter what. Kim Gongja continues his journey with a clear understanding of how time and death work for him now. He realizes that while it took nearly 1,000 deaths to completely resolve the 12th floor, the floors ahead will require far fewer sacrifices. Confident in his growth, he jokingly makes a bet with the Sword Emperor about how many times he will die before reaching the 19th floor. The Sword Emperor guesses fewer than 100 deaths, while Kim confidently bets on fewer than 99. From that moment on, Kim deliberately accepts death as part of his strategy, facing overwhelming numbers of enemies with a calm smile, knowing every reset gives him more information and control. The numbers are overwhelming, and even with the Black Witch's wide-range attacks and the Sword Saint's strength, progress is slow at first. Kim repeatedly dies and rewinds the day, using each reset to test different strategies, enemy placements, hidden mechanisms, and terrain features. Through these repeated loops, he discovers secret passages, special tools designed to counter the undead, and the true nature of the enemies guarding the temple. Each death is used to fine-tune teamwork, positioning, and timing. Eventually, Kim coordinates the Sword Saint and the Black Witch perfectly. The Sword Saint focuses on clearing large groups using special weapons, while the Black Witch handles powerful single targets. Kim carefully avoids triggering traps that would worsen the situation, even stopping allies from instinctively attacking enemy weak points that would cause catastrophic counterattacks. His foresight, earned through repeated failures, turns chaos into a controlled advance. Together, they push the Demon King back once again, forcing her retreat to the next floor. As the Demon King retreats, the world visibly heals. The temple transforms from a ruined battlefield back into a living crossroads, where merchants, priests, and travelers peacefully coexist. Former monsters are restored to their original roles, and places once associated with fear become symbols of stability again. This shows that Kim isn't just defeating enemies, he's actively rewinding history itself, undoing tragedies before they ever happen. Each victory shrinks the Demon King's territory and weakens her existence. This pattern continues across multiple floors. The group confronts corrupted rulers, twisted environments, and powerful guardians once controlled by the Demon King. Each time, Kim dies repeatedly to learn every attack pattern and hidden danger, then uses that knowledge to guide his allies safely. With every floor cleared, history rewinds further back, erasing disasters before they occur. The Demon King grows weaker each time she retreats, her power steadily unraveling as her past actions are undone. By the time they reach the 19th floor, Kim has died 97 times, winning his bet. The Demon King, now cornered, finally shows her eyes for the first time, symbolizing that her disguise and authority are collapsing. She directs all her hatred toward Kim alone, blaming him for dismantling everything she built. Unlike before, Kim isn't intimidated. He calmly acknowledges her true name, Estelle, forcing her to confront her lost identity and the truth behind her existence. Kim challenges her directly, making it clear that if she runs again, she will only become weaker. He explains that his greatest weapon isn't strength, but time itself, his ability to endure endless repeats until victory is guaranteed. With full confidence, he charges forward, declaring that his time will always outlast her history. At this point, the balance is fully shifted. The Demon King is no longer an unstoppable force of fate, but a being slowly losing ground against someone who refuses to let a single life be wasted. Kim has endured an unbelievable amount of time to reach this moment. As he stands before the Demon King again, his mind drifts back to a memory he experienced long ago during the 12th floor, when he once died and was forced to relive the Demon King's trauma as a penalty. That memory was not just pain, it was the origin of everything. What he is about to face now finally makes sense, because he understands where the Demon King truly came from. The vision shows a village consumed by fire and chaos. Kim is not alone in witnessing it. The Sword Emperor is with him, but the one truly alone is Estelle, once known as the Saintess of the Outskirts. She had been praised as a savior, someone who cured sickness and gave people hope. Yet now she stands frozen, unable to understand why armed forces from many lands have surrounded her village. Soldiers, knights, priests, mages, and warriors from different nations all declare their authority and beliefs as they close in. Each group claims they are acting under orders, faith, or justice. None of them see the villagers as people anymore. Families try to escape, but are trapped. The fire forces everyone toward the village square. Parents shield their children with their bodies. Elderly couples cling together to protect infants. People sacrifice themselves for even a few extra moments of life for their loved ones. One by one, the sounds of breathing and crying fade. Estelle watches everything. The people she once helped, the babies whose lives she saved, are all lost in front of her. She cannot understand why helping others turned her into an enemy. When the fire finally dies down, Estelle is left alone among ashes. She begins naming the villagers, touching what remains of them, desperately trying to hold on to what once existed. She consumes everything left behind, not out of hunger, but because she cannot let them disappear completely. The world she believed in collapses. Her heart fills with despair, anger, and unanswered questions. She begins to believe that humans only recognize others as human when it benefits them. That belief becomes the seed of her curse. Her sorrow spreads like rain across the world. It is not random destruction. It is grief turned outward. She believes humanity must prove that they deserve to be called human. This belief becomes the foundation of the Demon King of Autumn Rain. The vision ends. Kim awakens back on the battlefield, and at that exact moment, the Sword Emperor senses an opening. Kim does not hesitate. He advances. Each strike strips away the dark substance surrounding the Demon King. What spills out is no longer shadow, it is red blood, the color of life. For the first time, the Demon King is no longer an untouchable force. She staggers. Her power weakens with every step Kim takes forward. Kim speaks calmly. He tells her to retreat, not as a threat, but as a statement of truth. The world has already changed. History has been rewritten. On the map of the world, the land once consumed by darkness has returned to humanity. Forests, mountains, rivers, and cities are alive again. only a tiny fragment of darkness remains. The Demon King is no longer ruling an age he is clinging to the last trace of it. The Sword Saint and the Black Witch stand ready, but they do not interfere. This moment belongs to Kim alone. The Demon King understands she has lost, yet still runs, just like humans do when they know escape will only delay the end. Her retreat brings another wave of history reformation, sealing the fate of the 19th floor. When it is over, Kim turns to his companions. He thanks them sincerely and apologizes. The final step must be taken alone. The Black Witch accepts this without resentment. The Sword Saint acknowledges him with quiet respect. They understand that this is not about strength anymore. It is about closure. Kim is sent forward alone to the 20th floor, the very place where Estelle was born. The end is no longer about conquest or survival. It is about facing the beginning and deciding how the story truly ends. The tower announces his arrival and calls him by his title, Death King, confirming that he is no longer just a challenger, but someone who has cleared multiple stages in ways never seen before. Unlike his first boss fight in the Infernal Mansion, this time the tower treats him like a true champion. It begins calculating all his achievements from the 11th floor to the 19th floor at once, recognizing that his journey was not normal progression, but something entirely different. As the calculations continue, the tower acknowledges Kim's actions. He is granted special authority, similar to a temporary apostle, and given the right to upgrade one of his skills. This is not because the tower favors him emotionally, but because Kim broke free from the preset paths of the tower and created new outcomes through his choices. The tower does not judge intention, it observes decisions. Kim understands this. The tower is not good or evil. It simply remembers what choices were made. Kim draws the Holy Protector Sword of the Aegim Empire and faces his final enemy. The Demon King stands in front of a small village, surrounded by blooming acacia trees. This is not a battlefield. Like before, it is her birthplace. She panics and screams, begging him not to ruin what little remains of her world. This 20th floor stage is tiny compared to all previous ones, barely a dot on the world map. The Demon King is no longer an overwhelming force. She is protecting the last place she has. As white petals fall silently, the Demon King lashes out in despair, accusing humans of destroying her paradise. Kim calmly counters her attacks. The power difference is absolute. Each time Kim moves forward, her presence weakens. The more she resists, the smaller she becomes. The tower confirms this repeatedly, stripping away her authority. The sludge that once hid her form disappears little by little, revealing her body, her face, her eyes, and finally, her true appearance. She is no longer called a Demon King by the tower. Her title is revoked. Her authority is gone. She is reduced to a trembling being who can barely stand. Kim does not rush. He speaks to her clearly and slowly. She accuses humans of having no right to judge her after what they did to her village and children. Kim corrects her. He explains that he is not part of this world's history. He did not burn her village. He did not hunt her people. He is an outsider, and therefore, he does not share humanity's collective guilt. At the same time, she no longer has the power to judge or punish anyone either. She tries to defend herself by claiming she only healed the sick. Kim exposes the truth she tried to bury. He reminds her that before she became Estelle, she devoured a human girl who was sick and afraid. He reminds her of the baby whose mother trusted her, believing she was saving her child. The Demon King panics, insisting she did not understand what she was doing back then. Kim does not deny that, but he explains something deeper. He tells her that ignorance does not erase consequences. Humans who destroyed her village use the same excuse. We didn't know. Some of them lied, driven by fear or power. Others may have truly believed they were doing the right thing. Kim explains that responsibility does not disappear just because someone claims ignorance. Actions still leave marks on the world. Kim then reveals his understanding of justice. He does not believe in mercy without balance. He believes in karma. What someone gives to the world eventually returns to them. He tells her that if she truly believes what she did was human, then she should experience the same thing herself. At this moment, Kim finally uses his long-delayed reward. He calls upon the tower and chooses to upgrade his skill. He takes out the Monster Legion summon card and demands a change, not more power, not faster cooldowns, not stronger monsters. He asks for one thing only: memory. He wants the summoned dead to remember their lives. The tower evaluates his request carefully. It confirms that this is a reasonable upgrade. With approval granted, the skill transforms into Monster Legion Reincarnation, a class SSS skill. Now, when Kim summons those he has defeated, he can choose whether they return as faceless monsters or as beings who remember who they were. This is the true turning point. Kim looks at her and explains calmly what he is about to do. He will treat her exactly the way she treated others. He will take her existence, pass it through his skill, and return it with memory intact. Not as punishment for revenge, but as balance. She trembles, realizing there is nowhere left to run. For the first time since her birth as a shadow, she understands fear. And Kim raises his sword. Fear is described as the most human emotion, and the fallen Demon King finally feels it fully. She is terrified of what will happen to her next, terrified of losing her existence, and terrified of Kim. As Kim steps closer, she keeps making small, frightened sounds, but nothing she does can stop him from approaching. Kim speaks to her calmly and even sarcastically. He says he is glad she became more human in the end, because if she had stayed purely a monster, his skill might not have worked on her at all. He notes his skill's name changed from Monster Legion Summon to Monster Legion Reincarnation, but he also says the name itself doesn't matter. What matters is that the skill can now bring someone back with their memory. The fallen Demon King desperately tries to fight back. She grabs her famous red greatsword, but she is too weak to use it properly now. The sword is heavy, her arms are thin, and her swings are wild and unbalanced. She's basically swinging in panic rather than with skill. Kim dodges easily again and again, because her attacks are random and uncoordinated. At this point, the Guardian, who is the Sword Emperor, finally speaks up after being quiet for a while. He sounds irritated, like her sloppy sword use personally offends him. He critiques her harshly. Her stance is wrong, her feet aren't planted, she isn't even looking forward correctly, and her attacks have no next step. He says she's an example of someone who depended too much on skills and aura, instead of training real fundamentals. He even tells Kim to use her as a lesson, because when everything collapses, the only thing a fighter can rely on is their own foundation. Kim then proves the difference in skill in one simple move. With a single clean strike, he breaks her greatsword in half. The clash is loud and sharp, and her eyes widen in shock. Once her weapon breaks, the last bit of her will collapses too. She crumples onto the ground among the white acacia petals, looking like a small, helpless creature, rather than a terrifying boss. Kim looks down at her and reflects briefly on his title Death King and the tower's message. Hail to the king who reaps deaths. The words match what's happening, and Kim admits to himself that it's not wrong, even if he doesn't know how to feel about it. He tightens his grip, ready to end it, but the Sword Emperor suddenly interrupts. He tells Kim to stop and not finish her yet. Kim gets annoyed and asks what the problem is now. The Sword Emperor explains his concern. Kim is assuming the fallen Demon King is a valid target for Monster Legion Reincarnation. But what if she isn't treated as a monster anymore? What if, after losing her title, she is now classified as a normal NPC? The Sword Emperor warns that the tower can be extremely strict with definitions, and the skill's description is vague. If Kim ends her now, and the tower responds with something like, invalid target, then Kim's entire plan becomes awkward and potentially ruined. Kim hesitates, realizing the Sword Emperor has a point. He rereads the skill card carefully. It says he can summon those he killed, optionally with memory and appearance, but it doesn't clearly say whether NPCs count. Kim tries to argue that NPCs are basically humans too, but the Sword Emperor insists that's just Kim's assumption. He tells Kim to negotiate with the tower first, just to be safe. Kim awkwardly looks up and addresses the tower respectfully. asking if NPCs are included as valid targets for Monster Legion reincarnation, or if the skill only applies to hunters. The tower responds in a surprising way. It tries to confirm with Zrakua, but it cannot. Then it states that answering this question exceeds the tower's authorization level. That shocks Kim, because it means there are layers above even the tower's system processes. Then, things escalate fast. The tower checks Kim's current authorization, confirms he temporarily has apostle-level access, and treats his question as a formal agenda. The tower announces it will convene the 6 pillars of all life for a majority vote meeting. Immediately, white light flashes and Kim is pulled away. Kim opens his eyes and realizes he is in the underworld, the dark place he normally only visits when he dies. He is confused because he did not rewind time. He was moved here for a meeting. The tower begins identifying participants. One by one, it announces the arrival of powerful entities. Primordial Staff, Mirage, Walking Princess, Bystanding Moon of Blind Faith, Legislator of the Beginning, Void, Dancing God. Kim stays as silent as possible because the pressure of their presence is overwhelming even though he can't see them. The tower confirms the meeting is active and shares Kim's agenda, whether NPCs are included as valid subjects of Monster Legion summon, reincarnation. The tower asks them to vote yes for inclusion, no for exclusion. The beings begin speaking in a strange language that isn't translated unlike everything else inside the tower. Their voices feel like whispers made of shadows. Kim describes it as if invisible snake tongues are sliding into his ears and touching his mind. He feels dizzy, sick, and mentally violated, like his soul is being coated with something oily. Then suddenly, everything stops, and the underworld becomes silent again. Kim realizes something huge. These beings are not normal. Tower residents, tower languages, are usually translated automatically, but these voices are not. That means these pillars exist outside the tower, and they may even be the ones who created it. Their presence also feels far beyond what the Demon King ever was. The tower begins counting votes. Primordial Staff votes no. Mirage Walking Princess votes yes. Bystanding Moon of Blind Faith votes yes. Legislator of the Beginning votes no. Void Dancing God abstains. That leaves the tally at 2 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstain, meaning no majority yet. Kim panics internally because the meeting was supposed to be 6 pillars, not 5 votes. He realizes the 6th hasn't voted. Then he understands why everyone went quiet. The last one is not just another pillar. It's the master, the one who doesn't need to join, because they were there from the beginning, someone who knows everything happening in the tower. Kim tries to reason his way through. He thinks if NPCs were excluded, it wouldn't make sense, because the Demon King's entire army and victims across the continent were likely NPCs. If the Demon King could use NPCs as summons, excluding Kim would be unfair. He also senses what the pillars might fear, that Kim could abuse the skill by ending NPCs just to create an army. So Kim silently tries to reassure them through his thoughts and attitude. He isn't that kind of person, and his past choices show what he values. But then a voice finally speaks close and far, at the same time electric, chilling, but amused. It tells Kim he's thinking too hard and should speak from his heart instead of his head. Kim stops calculating and says what he truly wants in the simplest form. That fallen Demon King is his prey, and he doesn't want anyone interfering. The master laughs, pleased. Then the tower announces the final vote. The first pillar, Master of All Life, votes yes. That creates a majority. 3 yes, 2 no, 1 abstain. The tower declares that NPCs are included as valid subjects of Kim's skill. Immediately after, the meeting ends. Kim's temporary apostle access is revoked, and he is sent back. Kim returns to the Acacia Road. The petals are still falling, the fallen Demon King is still there, and the Sword Emperor is still floating nearby. But the strangest part is this. To the Sword Emperor, nothing happened. He did not see the meeting, did not hear the voices, and thinks Kim is simply spacing out. Kim tries to explain what he witnessed: the underworld, the pillars, the master laughing, but the Sword Emperor looks genuinely confused and assumes Kim is mentally overwhelmed. That scares Kim, because it means whatever just happened was beyond even the Sword Emperor's awareness. Kim forces himself to focus. He still doesn't know who those beings truly are, but he knows he got the answer he needed. The Sword Emperor asks if Kim is sure he doesn't need to ask the tower again. Kim says it's fine, he already got the answer. The fallen Demon King tries to beg to be spared, reaching out in desperation. Kim does not stop. He swings his sword cleanly and finishes it. The being collapses among the acacia blossoms, and as the final sound fades, Kim watches a single red drop stain, a white petal, quiet, symbolic, and final. Then Kim activates his upgraded skill. He speaks the command, "Rise." His shadow moves like a dark pool responding to orders. A hand emerges, then the head, then the body. The revived figure is not struggling wildly. She is being pulled out by force, like something being lifted from a pit. She gasps, like someone who has just been born into a new state. Kim looks directly at her and says, "Estelle is a name she stole. It doesn't belong to her." He explains that naming is part of responsibility. If someone creates new life, they must also bear the responsibility of what that life becomes. And so Kim gives her a new name. He names her Preta. The revived woman trembles, hair fluttering as petals fall onto her. She doesn't argue. Once she receives that name, she bows and accepts it. She calls Kim Master and swears obedience. She is no longer Demon King, no longer Saintess, and no longer Estelle. She is Preta, an existence reborn under Kim's authority, carrying memory. On the last of the promised 5 days, one king rises and the other falls. Death King remains standing, and the former Demon King's era ends, replaced by a new form bound to him. The Sword Emperor breaks the tension again by questioning what Kim and Preta are doing now that the Demon King has been defeated and revived through Kim's skill. He can understand why Kim would treat Preta as someone under his control, but he can't understand why Preta would willingly bow and call Kim her master after everything Kim did to her, blocking her plans, tearing down everything she built, crushing her emotionally, finishing her off, and then pulling her back into existence through Monster Legion reincarnation. From the Sword Emperor's point of view, it makes no sense that Preta isn't overflowing with rage. Kim explains that there's a clear reason Preta is obeying. Preta already knows what comes next. The tower confirms that there is no Demon King presence on the 20th floor anymore. Immediately, history reformation begins again. Light falls everywhere, and the 20th floor stage is revised. The village that used to be ruined is restored. Homes are rebuilt, fields and orchards look alive again, and the laughter of children returns. Time has been pushed back to before Preta became the feared Demon King. But instead of feeling relieved, Preta panics because she knows the restored paradise will trigger the same tragedy that created her in the first place. And it does. From the far side of the village, an army approaches, armor clanking, hooves, flags, and even wings overhead. It's the united force that previously marched in to purify the village. Preta breaks down, trembling because she recognizes this exact moment. The village is about to be burned again. She drops to her knees and begs Kim. Even though bowing to him is humiliating because he's her enemy and the person who stripped her down, she has no choice. She has something to protect now. She promises she won't seek revenge, that she'll accept being treated as a servant, even a slave, if Kim will only protect her village. Kim agrees simply and steps forward, taking the role she can't fill, the shield in front of the people she wants to save. The Sword Emperor's tone shifts completely, no more jokes. He finally understands. Preta's obedience isn't affection or loyalty, it's survival. Kim also reminds him he lost their bet, but then focuses on what matters, stopping the world's army before it reaches the village. Kim stands alone on the narrow forest road leading into the village, with acacia blossoms drifting silently around him. The approaching sounds fade as the front line halts. The commander steps forward, General Sarbus Ejim, wearing ocean-colored armor with a sun emblem. Kim recognizes him immediately, but Sarbus does not recognize Kim at all, because history has been rewritten. Sarbus demands to know who Kim is, and why he's blocking them. Kim answers carefully, then forces Sarbus to explain their purpose. Sarbus declares they came under the Emperor's will to cleanse a witch corrupting innocent people and to purge monsters who followed her. Kim watches his minimap fill with thousands of blue dots, an enormous force. Then Sarbus makes it clear, this isn't only the Aegim Empire. One by one, other factions announce themselves with their banners and justifications. Holy authorities calling her a heretic, forest forces claiming a mission, waterfall mages claiming proof for execution, volcano warriors claiming honor, plus merchants, riders, nomads, and soldiers from smaller lands. Kim recognizes them all, because he saved them across floors, 11 to 19 paladins, elves, mermaid-related mages, volcano fighters, traders, nomads, and more. But none of them recognize him. To them, he's just a stranger blocking a righteous world mission. Sarbus demands again. Who is Kim to oppose a united world? Kim checks his quest window, the hero of the paused world, which reminds him that true devotion doesn't ask for recognition, and the world may never know what he did. Kim has already chosen that path, so he decides to act even if everyone misunderstands him. Instead of attacking, Kim uses information and pressure. He directly addresses Sarbus by name, and Sarbus reacts with surprise because a stranger shouldn't know him. Kim then challenges Sarbus's claim about acting under the Emperor's order. Kim pushes harder. He brings up the Empire's internal political weakness and Sarbus's involvement in succession struggles. Sarbus panics, scanning the other leaders, because Kim is exposing Imperial secrets in front of the united army. Some leaders react slightly, but many keep glaring, focused on their mission. Sarbus tries to recover by accusing Kim of being connected to the witch. Kim escalates and openly accuses Sarbus of plotting against the Crown Prince to elevate the Third Prince. Sarbus cracks under the pressure, then suddenly tries to flip the situation by labeling Kim as a tool of palace politics, claiming Kim is part of the Amber Palace faction trying to sway public opinion. Sarbus begins to rant about how the Third Prince is the rightful heir, basically revealing even more than he should. Kim takes advantage immediately. He insults Sarbus, mocking him as a foolish netweaver who can't see clearly. Then Kim shouts that Sarbus wants to know who he is. He'll show him. Kim raises the Holy Protector Sword, the legendary relic tied to the Aegim Empire's founding myth. The sword's description carries heavy weight. Whoever holds it gains absolute trust and support from the Empire, because it fulfills a prophecy about the Day of Destiny. Sarbus instantly freezes. The sword's presence forces the Empire's soldiers and knights into shock and reverence. Kim declares himself the herald of the Phanta Aegim, the Empire's first emperor. Sarbus's body starts shaking, and that fear spreads through the Imperial ranks like a wave. Kim then controls the narrative. He says he understands the Imperial chaos, understands the Crown Prince's faults, and understands Sarbus's supposed loyalty to the Third Prince for the Empire. He even claims he insulted Sarbus earlier as a test. Sarbus, desperate to survive and keep his position, accepts this framing immediately. He insists he wasn't offended and calls Kim herald. Then Kim snaps at him for still sitting on a horse and looking down. Sarbus scrambles off so fast he falls, then kneels and gives a formal greeting praising the first emperor. The Imperial army follows knights dismount, soldiers kneel, and some bow fully. The strongest part of the united army submits to Kim's claimed authority. The Sword Emperor, watching all this, is stunned and half impressed, calling Kim a natural con man. Kim internally agrees. He reflects that dealing with overwhelming enemies always comes down to two paths: fight or persuade. But fight doesn't only mean weapons, and persuasion can take many shapes. And that's where Kim's real move becomes clear. To protect Preda's village and prevent the tragedy, he's going to trick the very world he saved. The Sword Emperor gives Kim a rare piece of advice that actually matters. If you want to fool people, you can't look unsure. You have to believe your own lie first, speak with full confidence, and mix a little truth into the lie so it feels real. Kim takes that to heart because he's standing in front of a huge united army, and if his story falls apart, he and Preda are finished. The Aegim Empire soldiers are already kneeling because of the Holy Sword, but the other factions, paladins, elves, merchants, nomads, and others, are watching him with suspicion. Sarbus Aegim, who leads the Imperial troops, cautiously asks why Kim is here, since the whole army came to capture the witch. Kim closes his eyes, steels himself, and announces loudly that the witch has already been subdued. Then he steps aside and reveals Preta behind him. A lot of people recognize her face and instantly call her Estelle and the Witch of the West, shouting to burn her. Preta flinches, but Kim doesn't comfort her, he uses her as proof. In a cold, commanding tone, he orders her to kneel and bow in front of everyone. Because she is bound to him, she obeys. Kim keeps escalating the humiliation to make a point. Hands on the ground, head down. Then he orders ridiculous actions, rolling forward, trying to stand on her hands. Then a series of exhausting exercises. Preta looks shocked and miserable, but she forces herself through it until she collapses, crying that she can't move anymore. Kim then turns to Sarbus and basically says, "Do you understand now? She can't disobey me. She can't harm anyone. The danger is controlled." Sarbus is ready to accept this, because he already accepted Kim as the Holy Sword's owner. But the other leaders aren't convinced. A paladin leader from the temple steps forward, furious, insisting they came to punish the witch and demanding real proof. Sarbus snaps back that they literally watched her obey every order, so how can they doubt it? The argument quickly turns into a bigger political and religious clash. The paladin leader tries to downplay the Holy Sword as just a sword, and Sarbus takes it as an insult to the Empire and the goddess. Sarbus starts yelling about the first emperor's legend and how the sword is sacred proof of divine favor. The paladin leader fires back by bringing up the Pope's authority. Then Sarbus twists the knife by implying the Empire doesn't need the temple's support anymore, especially with the Holy Sword returned. The tension is rising fast, and Kim quietly thinks this is going perfectly. Kim reflects on why this is perfect. When many factions gather, internal conflict is the easiest way for everything to collapse. He remembers the 12th floor, where many hunter factions had grudges and mistrust, and how that division led to disaster. He also recalls the goddess hologram's warning that faith would be tested from floors 11 to 20. In Kim's mind, it isn't enough for tower climbers to be tested, the world inside the stages should also be tested. He's basically pushing them into a trial of faith, where their alliances crack under pressure. A lizard folk wizard from the Mermaid Fall steps forward and lays out a structured solution. They need to verify 3 things. 1, is Kim truly the first emperor's messenger? 2, is Preta truly the witch? And 3, is she genuinely under Kim's control? The paladin leader demands how they're supposed to prove that, and the lizard folk wizard reveals a special artifact, a soul gem given by the Mermaid Queen. With a drop of blood, it supposedly shows the nature of a person's soul, bright white for good, black for evil. Kim and the Sword Emperor immediately recognize that it's basically another truth-checking tool like ones they've seen before, but the army treats it like sacred proof. The lizard folk wizard first tests Preta. She grabs Preta's wrist, scratches her palm, and lets the blood drip onto the gem. The gem turns intensely black, an unnatural, abyss-like black that shocks everyone. Leaders recoil, soldiers stiffen, and the wizard panics and declares that Preta's soul is far beyond normal evil. She says Preta isn't just a witch, she must be a demon king. The crowd's focus snaps into one direction: fear and hatred aimed at Preta. Preta physically shrinks behind Kim, hunched and trembling, because she knows how close this is to the village burning again. Then the lizard folk wizard turns to Kim. Everyone watches as she cuts his palm and lets his blood fall onto the gem that is still stained dark from Preta's test. At first, the wizard is confused. Then the gem begins to glow. The light grows stronger and stronger until it erases every trace of black. Finally, it bursts with brilliance, so bright the forest seems to shine. Soldiers shield their eyes, and leaders cover their faces. The wizard is stunned and can barely speak. She concludes that Kim's soul is overwhelmingly pure, so bright that it must represent someone who saved countless lives. People around them begin reacting in disbelief, because the proof they trust just declared Kim to be pure light, while confirming Preta as deep darkness. And that's the exact result Kim needed, a test of faith that flips the crowd's emotions. Now the army has a magical reason to believe Kim's authority and goodness, even if his story sounded suspicious before. Prita is confirmed as dangerous and cursed, which makes the army even more willing to accept Kim's claim that only his control prevents catastrophe. In one move, Kim secures legitimacy in front of the whole world using confidence, a tiny bit of truth, and a mountain of carefully performed deception. The paladin leaders still couldn't understand what the lizard folk wizard meant by calling the young man light. While the wizard was deeply moved, almost to tears, the paladin kept asking for logic and proof. To the wizard, this wasn't something that could be explained with words. She believed that the soul she had just seen was overwhelmingly pure, so pure that someone like that could never act out of selfish intent. In her eyes, even if he ever deceived others, it would only be for their sake. She went as far as declaring him not just a messenger, but a true apostle of the goddess. All attention shifted to Kim. Kim stood calmly with his arms crossed, his posture steady and confident, like someone accustomed to authority. He didn't hesitate. He simply accepted the title and said that he was indeed the goddess's apostle. That single statement caused a ripple through the army. With the Aegim Empire's general and the mermaid faction's wizard already supporting him, doubt began to fade. Soldiers whispered among themselves, repeating fragments of belief: his glowing soul, the holy sword, his calm presence. But one voice still resisted. The paladin leader stepped forward and argued that their mission was not complete. The witch's followers and the village itself, he insisted, also needed to be punished. He demanded that if Kim truly represented the goddess, then he should personally lead that judgment. Behind Kim, Preta trembled and clutched his sleeve, knowing exactly what that kind of judgment usually meant. Kim didn't raise his voice. Instead, he corrected the paladin. He said that deciding punishment was not the paladin's right. That authority belonged to him alone. He declared that the village's wrongdoing had already been dealt with, and that the goddess had entrusted him with delivering divine retribution across the world. Then he showed proof. Kim raised his hand, and his shadow spread across the acacia forest. From the ground, shapes began to emerge, first a few, then hundreds, then thousands. In moments, over 4,000 skeletal figures surrounded the army. Panic spread instantly. Weapons were raised. Leaders froze. To everyone watching, it looked as if the earth itself had opened. Kim remained unmoved. He placed a steady hand on Preta's head and explained that evil existed far beyond this single village. These creatures, he said, were all beings he had already captured and sealed away. He claimed that this was his duty to gather the world's wrongdoing and imprison it so ordinary people wouldn't have to suffer. He didn't describe himself as a savior, but as a warden. He said plainly that he was their prison. The effect was overwhelming. The lizard folk wizard broke down completely, convinced that this burden explained why Kim's soul shone so brightly. In her eyes, he had been protecting the continent all along, unseen and unrecognized. To ease their fear, Kim dismissed the skeletal army. One by one, they sank back into his shadow. The forest fell silent again. Still, the paladin leader hesitated. What if these beings ever broke free? What if Kim lost control? Kim agreed to remove all doubt. He left a single skeleton behind and called it forward. Then, with a calm command, he ordered it to regain its memory. Dark energy reshaped the bones into a living form. Flesh, clothes, and breath returned. A man appeared angry, loud, and filled with hatred. He shouted non-stop, insulting Kim and everyone around him without restraint. Kim explained that this man was another example of the evil he had already captured. Unlike Preta, who had been born as something else, this one had been human from the start and still chose cruelty. The man's uncontrollable rage only reinforced Kim's claim. Then Kim demonstrated absolute control. With a simple command, he forced the man to dance. Despite shouting in anger, the man's body obeyed. Kim issued more commands, and each one was followed instantly. The message was clear. Resistance was impossible. The paladin leader finally understood. His fear dissolved, replaced by submission. He knelt and asked Kim for his name. Kim answered simply, Gong Ja. With that, the last opposition fell away. The army accepted his authority, and the tower confirmed the outcome. The stage was cleared, and the hidden quest was completed not through force, but through conviction, control, and unshakable resolve. The village was spared, and the world moved forward, unaware of how close it had come to repeating the same tragedy once again. As the united army slowly pulled back from the village, the Sword Emperor floated in the air, laughing loudly. To him, the entire situation felt unreal and oddly amusing. Gongja, however, simply sighed. He had been called many strange names already, and at this point, he no longer cared. What mattered was the result. The tower's calm voice soon echoed across the land, announcing that the 20th floor had been cleared. Just like before, the reward would be given later, after the next floor opened. Gongja lifted his head and looked up through the acacia branches at the wide blue sky. He smiled faintly. Whatever others thought of him now, he had done what he believed was right. From the 11th floor, all the way to the 20th, not a single hunter had been lost. That alone made everything worth it. The tragedy that once turned hunters against one another would never happen again. The Demon King of Autumn Rain was no longer a force that could whisper doubts or tempt people. She now existed only as Preta, bound by Gongja's shadow and stripped of her authority. Gongja looked down at Preta. She sat quietly on the ground, staring at the soldiers as they left. The army that had once come to erase her village had withdrawn without lifting a hand. Her small paradise still stood. History itself had shifted. At that moment, Gongja realized something important. Even if he had done nothing, if he had simply watched the village fall, the tower would still have accepted that outcome as a valid ending. The tower did not care whether an ending was happy or tragic. The tower does not choose futures, and it does not force endings. Those choices belong to the one who walks the path. Golden wheat swayed gently in the sunlight. An old farmer quietly watched children sneak apples from his orchard, pretending not to notice. This village, once meant to be erased, was alive and peaceful. This was the ending Gongja chose. The sky remained clear. No rain fell. No flames appeared. For the first time in a very long while, Gongja felt truly at ease. The Sword Emperor glanced at him with a strange expression, as if he were looking at someone both admirable and impossible to understand. He pointed toward the village entrance. There, completely out of place, Yusuha, the Flame Emperor, was still moving uncontrollably, his angry shouting clashing with the calm scenery. Gongja only tilted his head in confusion. To him, the scene felt oddly fitting. Soon, the tower's announcement echoed again, this time loudly enough for everyone to hear. The 20th floor had officially been cleared. Not long after, light burst across the sky, forming a glowing countdown. In the next instant, two familiar figures appeared beside Gongja. The Black Witch teleported in first, immediately grabbing him in excitement. She was laughing, overwhelmed, unable to believe what he had accomplished. She quickly showed him her phone, filled with screenshots of news articles. Headline after headline spoke about the Death King, about impossible progress, about a new figure reshaping the tower. Gongja barely read them. What surprised him more was the effort behind it. She had gone all the way back to the first floor, just to gather this information for him. She told him not to worry about criticism or doubt. The guild would handle it. He didn't have to face the attention alone. For someone who had spent countless days repeating the same battles in silence, that simple kindness meant more than any reward. Then she pulled out printed newspapers. On the front page was the updated hunter ranking. Gongja was now ranked 3rd. In just 5 days, the world outside the tower had changed completely. While he had been trapped fighting through time itself, reality had moved forward and then reshaped itself around his actions. He was no longer just another hunter. He was someone the world now watched. As fireworks lit the sky and the countdown ticked toward the next floor, Gongja stood quietly. Titles, rankings, and fame had never been his goal. What mattered was this: no lives were lost. The future was changed by choice, not sacrifice. And this was the ending he chose.
After everything became quiet on the 20th floor, the mood felt different. The army that had come ready to fight was now setting up tents and preparing to rest before going back home. There was no more danger, no more tension in the air. For the first time in a while, Kim was just standing there without a battle, waiting in front of him. That was when the Black Witch lightly hit his arm with a rolled newspaper, smiling brightly. She told him he should start thinking about his next move. Kim looked confused. He had just cleared a floor no one else could clear. He had just stopped a war without turning it into a disaster. What next move was she talking about? But to her, it was simple. He was rank 3 now. His name was spreading all over the tower. Even though he was connected to all 5 guilds, that also meant he did not truly belong to any of them. With his rank and fame, he could create his own guild. It would look strange if someone like him stayed just a normal member. Kim tried to imagine being a guild leader, but it did not feel real. Leading hunters, managing people, making big decisions, it did not suit him. He also did not feel like he needed it. He already had an army that followed his orders without question. Skeletons did not argue. They did not complain. The Black Witch noticed his reaction and shrugged. She joked that maybe he preferred playing alone, like the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint raised an eyebrow at her comment, but he did not deny it. The mood between them was relaxed. It showed that they had grown closer after fighting together. Then the Black Witch looked at the soldiers nearby and asked who they were. Kim explained that they came from all across the continent. He told her how he tricked them and changed the situation so that they would leave peacefully. He did not mention Preta. The Black Witch listened and said he was surprisingly good at lying. She did not mean it in a bad way. She was impressed. Kim answered calmly that it was the only way to clear the stage without anyone getting hurt. This was important. He did not win by force this time. He won by using his brain. Even the Sword Saint seemed to understand that Kim had become more than just a strong fighter. The topic soon changed to trade. The Black Witch spoke with clear frustration when she talked about food. Inside the tower, food was always a problem. The outside world had more money, more technology, and better systems. The tower had rare items and special materials, but that did not solve daily needs. She was tired of being at a disadvantage. Now that this new world was connected, she saw a chance to change that. Kim told her that if she wanted to trade, she had to be careful. The people of this world and the hunters did not trust each other. They were strangers. Then Kim made an offer. She could use his name. In this world, he was known as the Herald of the Great First Emperor and the Apostle of the Goddess. His title had power. It would help start conversations. The Black Witch narrowed her eyes and asked what he wanted in return. Kim answered simply, he wanted the 20th floor. She was shocked. He explained that he did not want treasure or a share of money from the earlier floors. He wanted the land itself. That had never happened before. When a floor was cleared, the rewards were usually shared. No one owned an entire floor alone. The Black Witch said she could not decide that by herself. She would need to talk with the other guild leaders. Kim said he would wait. When she told him that the land did not look very valuable and that he could earn much more from shared rewards, he smiled and said he preferred land over money. Money could disappear. Land stayed. This showed how much he had changed. He was not thinking about quick profit anymore. He was thinking about the future. At one point, the Black Witch pointed at a strange scene nearby where the tower's best dancer was yelling and struggling in embarrassment. When she asked who that was, Kim smiled brightly and told her she had seen nothing. She stared at him and said he was not completely sane either. Maybe she was right. After unsummoning Preta and the Fire Emperor, Kim went back to the first floor with the others. To everyone else, it had only been 5 days. For him, it felt much longer. When he arrived in Babylon, people noticed him right away. Conversations stopped. Someone shouted his title, and soon a crowd began to gather. Rumors had already spread. The rank 3 hunter who cleared the 20th floor alone was standing in front of them. Camera flashes went off everywhere. People shouted questions. The crowd became so large that it was hard to move. Kim felt nervous. Fighting monsters was easier than facing this. The Black Witch leaned close and asked him an important question. Did he want to be mysterious, or did he want to become a top star? If he chose to be a top star, he would need social media, staff, interviews, and constant public attention. If he chose mystery, he would stay quiet, avoid interviews, and keep his distance. The Sword Saint said he avoided all of this by working alone. Kim quickly chose mystery. The idea of constant photos and interviews made him uncomfortable, but his reason was deeper than embarrassment. He said he did not want attention. He wanted recognition. Attention was loud and temporary. Recognition meant real respect from the people who mattered. He remembered the Fire Emperor, who once stood at the center of everyone's attention. Millions watched him, but that did not mean they understood him. Kim did not need millions of eyes on him. The respect of the people close to him was enough. The Black Witch accepted his answer, though she warned him that attention could become addictive. Then she shared her trick for keeping a calm face in front of a crowd. She told him about a painful memory from her childhood during a civil war. Her father had told her to run and not look back. She ran, even after hearing gunshots. She never turned around. That regret stayed with her. When she remembered that moment, her face naturally became serious and calm. Kim understood. He had his own painful memory, the time when the Flame Emperor grabbed him in a dark alley and ended him without mercy. The fear and helplessness of that moment were still clear in his mind. He thought about it. Slowly, the noise around him felt distant. The camera flashes did not bother him anymore. His face became calm. The crowd kept shouting, but inside, he felt steady. The Black Witch smiled and said he learned quickly. The world had changed after those 5 days. His position had changed too. But deep inside, Kim was still himself. He had learned how to stand in front of the world without losing who he was, and that quiet strength would matter in the future. After pushing through the loud crowd, Kim and the others finally reached the cafe. Inside, familiar faces were waiting. The Inquisitor stood up first, laughing loudly and waving his arm in excitement. He said he still could not believe that Kim had cleared all those floors, and even the 20th floor in just 5 days. He called it the greatest thing he had seen since the tower appeared. The Paladin calmly sipped her iced coffee and admitted that she had honestly expected Kim, the Black Witch, and the Sword Saint to fail. She asked if he had some secret to his success. Kim sat down and answered simply that things worked out if someone tried to live kindly. The Paladin smiled in a tired way and said that was very practical advice. The Countess explained what had happened while Kim was fighting. At first, they had stayed inside the palace like they promised, but suddenly, the Empire's NPCs started moving again. The Inquisitor laughed as he described how the palace guards accused them of trying to overthrow the king. Imperial knights chased them, and they ended up getting locked in prison before escaping through a hidden passage. The Viper sighed, saying it was crazy, but the Inquisitor looked happy, saying it reminded him of his childhood. The others stared at him in disbelief when he casually mentioned being captured by criminals when he was young. The Black Witch then spoke in a serious tone. She said all of them had rough lives in the outside world. The Countess grew up in poverty. Viper's parents were criminals. The Paladin went through violence. Even the Inquisitor had a dark past. They were not heroes in the eyes of the outside world. The air became heavy. The Paladin quietly asked if the Black Witch now considered Kim one of them. The Black Witch answered yes. She said that Kim had played the most important role in clearing up to the 20th floor. Not a single hunter had died in that dangerous expedition, and that was because Kim gave her the right strategies. All eyes turned to him. He shrugged and said it was true. The Black Witch then said something bold. She wanted to make Kim the hero who represented the tower. She explained that the rest of them all had problems with their public image. The Countess loved money too much. The Inquisitor had too much blood on his hands. The Paladin disliked attention. Viper was, according to her, too ugly. Even the Sword Saint was just seen as an old man obsessed with his sword. But Kim had no fixed image yet. He was new, fresh. If they worked carefully, they could shape him into the perfect hero and improve the tower's image. The Inquisitor quickly got excited. He said they should start working on Kim's image immediately. Soon all of them surrounded Kim, examining him like he was a product. They asked if he was dating anyone. When he said no, they looked satisfied, saying there would be no romance scandal. Then they started discussing how he should act mysterious, and how they might even create a romance rumor if needed. The Countess suggested saying he had been secretly donating money to orphanages. The Black Witch approved the idea. Kim sat there in shock as they planned headlines about him sharing floor awards and being generous. They talked about photographers, stylists, and press conferences. Kim tried to interrupt, but the Black Witch smiled and told him not to worry. She said he should just keep doing what he was doing. Soon he found himself in a photo shoot. Stylists ran around him, changing his clothes and fixing his hair. Cameras flashed non-stop. The photographer told him to hold a dagger and look like a wolf hunting in the forest. The hunter stood behind the camera, whispering about what image suited him best. Suit? Adventurous youth? Mysterious hero? Even the Guardian, the Sword Emperor, laughed loudly in the air at the sight. After 2 hours, Kim finally lost his patience. He threw his jacket on the ground and shouted that hunters were supposed to climb the tower, not waste time on photos and headlines. The room went quiet for a second. Then the hunters nodded seriously and said his passionate words would make a perfect magazine line. Nothing changed at all. They were too focused on building his image. That was when the Sword Saint, who had been quietly watching, told Kim to give up. He said the same thing had happened to him when he became rank 1. People talked about his mustache and his charm. He said the others were trying to show the outside world that their lives inside the tower were meaningful. Maybe it was their way of proving something. He advised Kim to run away now or he would lose the entire day. Kim agreed immediately. They both focused their aura into their feet and escaped across the rooftops. The Black Witch shouted after them, reminding Kim to return for the press conference tomorrow. The Guardian laughed, saying she sounded like a worried mother. As the sun began to set, they reached the bell tower. A young guard there recognized the Sword Saint and then noticed Kim, too. The guard became excited and asked for autographs. The Sword Saint signed the guard's book easily. Kim hesitated but eventually signed his name as Death King for the first time. The guard bowed again and again, saying he would treasure it forever. When he ran off happily, silence filled the tower. Kim then spoke seriously to the Sword Saint. He said the Sword Saint probably saw him as someone who deserved punishment, but he also pointed out that the Sword Saint himself had taken many lives. Kim explained that both of them had standards. The Sword Saint punished people who had already harmed others. Kim stopped people who would harm others in the future. Before Kim could continue, the Sword Saint gently told him he did not need to try so hard to convince him. He admitted that unlike the others, he had lived a comfortable and successful life in the outside world. He had a good family, education, business, children, and grandchildren. When the tower appeared, he entered it to test himself. He wanted to prove that his success was truly his own, and not just luck from being born in a good place. He revealed a skill called Detective Eyes, which allowed him to see how many people someone had killed. He realized he had been relying too much on that skill instead of his own judgment. He decided to trust his own eyes and heart from now on. Then he asked Kim one last question. Had he ever taken an innocent life? Kim answered honestly that he never had and never would. The Sword Saint looked at him for a long moment, then cut his skill card in half with his sword, destroying it. He said he would trust his own judgment instead. Before leaving, he said he looked forward to seeing Kim on the next floor. After he left, Kim stood there quietly. He asked the Sword Emperor if the Sword Saint had just approved of him. The Guardian nodded. Relief washed over Kim. He felt like everything from the 20th floor and below was finally finished. He felt proud and tired at the same time. Just then a divine voice echoed. The goddess of protection praised his actions and said she approved of him. She even said he had the qualifications to be her apostle and that he could continue using her. Confused, Kim followed her instructions to look down at his waist. His eyes landed on the holy sword hanging there. Suddenly he understood. When he had fought the Flame Emperor and miracles happened, it was not random. The goddess of protection had been with him the whole time. She was the sword at his waist. When she confirmed it, Kim could only stare in disbelief. His holy sword was truly divine. Kim sat alone in a small waiting room and stared at the TV with a blank face. On the screen, 2 excited news anchors were talking quickly, acting like they had found the biggest story in the world. They showed a video from the 11th floor where the Black Witch was leading the raid team. The anchors zoomed in and pointed out that she was holding hands with another hunter who they believed was Kim. Then they paused the video and said it looked like Kim defeated the 11th floor boss monster in a single strike. Hunters called it a one-hit, and according to them, something like that had never happened to a boss before. Then the news moved to another video, this time from yesterday when Kim returned to Babylon through the teleport stone. The clip, clearly taken on a phone, showed Kim walking through a huge crowd while people shouted questions and cameras flashed everywhere. The anchor said it looked like the Black Witch and the Sword Saint were protecting him as they moved. When they increased the volume, Kim could hear people yelling his name again and again. That was enough. He quickly grabbed the remote and turned the TV off. The Guardian, the Sword Emperor, looked annoyed and asked why he stopped it when it was getting interesting. Kim groaned and said he felt like he would collapse from embarrassment. The Guardian replied that even if he collapsed it wouldn't matter much, but Kim still hated the situation. Today was the press conference. The 5 guild leaders would speak about clearing the recent floors, and Kim had been invited as a special guest. That was why he was sitting there waiting. The Guardian told him to change the channel, but Kim said it wouldn't help because every channel was talking about him. News programs, entertainment shows, even random talk shows were discussing the 20th floor. Kim had become famous overnight, and there was no escape. Then the holy sword at his waist began to shake gently, and a voice spoke inside his head. It was the goddess of protection. She said this level of attention showed how rare and impressive his achievement was. She said a hero was basically a celebrity, and that always came with a price. She advised him to get used to his new position. Kim looked down at the sword and asked if she wasn't praising him too much. The sword vibrated harder and insisted he was amazing. She reminded him of the moment on the ramparts when he declared that he would leave the empire in the hands of its people. She said it was powerful and unforgettable. Kim immediately covered his ears and begged her to stop, saying he had only shouted that because he was emotional. But her voice echoed directly in his mind, and she continued praising every moment he personally wanted to forget. She even said that a hero should love himself, because a hero who does not value himself will eventually feel empty. Kim felt like he was being attacked by compliments. It was just like when he used to admire the Flame Emperor. Except now, the admirer was a sword that talked non-stop. The sword even said she was happy to have Kim as her second master. Kim wanted to disappear from embarrassment. When she brought up another line he said during the fight with the Demon King of Autumn Rain about how a ruler must protect their people, Kim finally lost his patience. He took out the oil he used to maintain the sword and dipped a cloth into it. He stared at the sword seriously and began polishing it carefully but firmly. The sword panicked and said she felt threatened. After 10 minutes of intense cleaning, she finally apologized and became quiet. Kim looked at his reflection in the shiny blade and asked why she was even a sword in the first place. He thought a constellation was supposed to represent a world in some form, but how could a sword represent a world? This time the sword explained calmly. She said it was easier to think of a constellation as something that represents its world's belief or spirit. She used to be a divine spirit worshipped as a goddess, but the first ancestor of the empire, Lafonta Ajim, split and sealed her power into 5 swords. She introduced herself as the first holy sword, named Idol. Kim blinked in surprise. She then listed her 4 sister swords: sympathy, prayer, sacrifice, and salvation. She proudly said that if Kim gathered all of them, she could return to her full power. Kim asked where the other swords were, but after a long silence, she admitted she didn't know. She could only sense them if they were nearby. Kim sighed and asked what she could do right now besides shining and gaining support from the Empire's people. The sword suddenly flashed brightly to prove a point, and Kim quickly covered his eyes. She proudly said she was very good at shining. Kim shouted that he already knew that and asked what else she could do. After hesitating, she said she was good at cutting monsters, and also very effective in battles against humans when necessary. Kim stared at her, unsure whether to laugh or sigh. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Kim quickly sheathed the sword. If anyone heard him arguing with it, they would think he had lost his mind. The Black Witch called from outside and asked if everything was all right because she heard noise. Kim quickly said everything was fine. She sounded slightly suspicious but told him the press conference would begin in 5 minutes. She warned him that reporters would likely ask sharp questions, but the 21st floor would open right after the conference ended. He only needed to answer questions calmly until then, and then move on. Kim said he understood. After she left, he pulled out the sword again and bluntly told her that from now on her nickname was Shiny. He told her not to talk unless it was truly necessary. After a short pause, she agreed and softly called him Hero, which made Kim feel like he finally won that argument. Soon the press conference began in the plaza. The crowd was massive. Tens of thousands of people filled the open area and even the nearby streets. When Kim walked onto the platform with the Black Witch and the sword saying, camera flashes lit up the space from every direction. The Black Witch took the microphone first. As soon as she greeted the crowd, loud cheers exploded. People waved flags and held up magazines featuring her. She bowed politely and began speaking. She thanked everyone and joked that the media had already advertised their achievement for free. The reporters laughed. Then she shifted the mood. She said that while clearing the 11th and 19th floors and even the 20th floor was impressive, That was not what made her happiest. What made her proud was that not a single hunter was lost during the expedition. No one was permanently taken out. The plaza became quiet. She told everyone to look down at the paving stones. Each stone had names carved into it, the names of hunters who had fallen in past attempts to climb the tower. Even in early floors, many names had been added. She said those sacrifices allowed them to stand there today. Then she said that this time, no new names would be carved. The crowd reacted strongly. Cameras zoomed between the ground and her face. Kim sat beside her with a steady expression. He realized he might not even need to speak. He glanced up at the sky and saw the countdown timer. When it reached 0, the 21st floor would open. He just wanted the conference to end smoothly. Then a reporter stood up and called his name directly. He introduced himself and said there were rumors that Kim's sudden rise in rank was planned by the 5 guilds, that he might be a hero created as part of a long strategy. He also mentioned concerns that the 5 guilds might control the rights to multiple floors and that Kim might receive exclusive ownership of the 20th floor. The crowd began murmuring. The Black Witch quietly clicked her tongue and leaned toward Kim, saying the reporter was trying to provoke him and that she would handle it. Kim shook his head. He understood that ignoring such questions would not make them disappear. Similar accusations would come again and again. He needed to respond clearly at least once. He calmly reached out his hand and asked for the microphone. His mind was made up. Before the press conference ended, and before stepping onto the 21st floor, he would speak for himself and make his position clear in a way that left no room for misunderstanding. The Black Witch sighed and looked at Kim carefully. She warned him not to go too far, saying she could fix small mistakes. But if he crossed a line, even she wouldn't be able to control the media storm. Kim reassured her calmly, saying she wouldn't find anyone more peaceful than him, and reminded her that he was a clairvoyant. He claimed he already knew the best possible answer. She hesitated for a moment before asking if she could truly rely on him. Kim answered confidently that she could. Then he took the microphone from her hand. She still looked uneasy, but Kim felt strangely calm. He had a simple strategy in mind. He cleared his throat and introduced himself to the crowd as the hunter known as the Death King. His voice spread across the plaza and a wave of camera flashes answered him. This time, the bright lights didn't bother him. After yesterday's chaos, he had grown used to it. He looked directly at the reporter who had questioned him and politely addressed him by name. The young reporter stared back with sharp focus, clearly determined to challenge him. But Kim only had one thought in mind: never become like the Flame Emperor. Instead of reacting with pride or anger, Kim calmly said that if people had concerns, it was because he had not yet proven himself enough. The reporter blinked in surprise. That was not the aggressive answer he expected. Kim repeated himself clearly. He said the attention was overwhelming, and if he had not received help from the Black Witch and the Sword Saint, he would never have reached the 20th floor. He admitted he worked hard to prevent any casualties, but he did not claim it as some grand sacrifice. He simply did what he believed any hunter should do. When the topic of rewards and ownership came up, Kim explained that he had no intention of claiming control over the earlier floors. That was why he allowed the guild leaders to manage the 11th through 19th floors. As for the 20th floor, he said it would remain a protected area where the original residents could continue living peacefully. He would only act as its manager. His calm and respectful tone left the reporter speechless. Instead of dismissing questions, Kim thanked him and invited others to speak. For a brief moment, the entire plaza was silent. Then reporters rushed to raise their hands, calling out their media names and asking for attention. The atmosphere changed completely. Now that they saw Kim was approachable, they were eager to speak with him. Kim answered their questions for over an hour without losing his composure. The press conference became a success. In fact, it became difficult to end because the reporters kept asking for just one more question. Eventually, the Black Witch stepped in and pointed to the glowing countdown in the sky. Only a few minutes remained before the 21st floor opened. That gave them the perfect excuse to end the conference. Just as they were about to leave, one last reporter asked about the relationship between Kim and the Black Witch. The crowd instantly became curious. The Black Witch glanced at Kim with playful eyes before answering that they were comrades who were more than friends. The crowd buzzed with excitement, unsure how to interpret that statement. When asked again for clarification, she simply repeated the same line and wished everyone a good day before walking off stage. Reporters shouted after them asking for clarification, but she did not turn back. She guided Kim backstage with a small grin, clearly satisfied with the dramatic ending. Just then, loud shouts exploded from the opposite side of the stage, but these were not cheers for Kim and his group. The voices were united, loud, and rhythmic. They were counting down 10, 9, 8. The sound rolled through the plaza like a wave. Kim stopped speaking with the Sword Emperor and slowly lifted his eyes toward the sky. Above them, a timer was floating. The opening of the 21st floor was only seconds away. The crowd's excitement grew louder. 3, 2, 1. The moment the timer reached 0, it shattered into particles of bright light, and the entire plaza erupted in cheers. The light did not disappear. Instead, it gathered together again and slowly formed the familiar figure of a goddess in the sky. Then the goddess continued speaking. "This is a shelter for the outcast. You could have given up on challenging the tower's stages. You could have chosen to stay on the first floor forever. However, you made a choice when you cleared the 10th and 20th floors. You have decided to see the tower's top. Therefore, it is only right to answer your determination." Her voice spread across the sky like a judgment. The air itself felt heavy. Without warning, a powerful white light burst out and swallowed everyone, not only Kim and the Black Witch, but also the people still standing in the plaza. Panic immediately spread. What? I didn't say anything. The last time the tower teleported people, it only happened after someone said, "Send me." But this time was different. There was no choice, no request. The tower was pulling them in by force. The Black Witch stared at the glowing ground beneath her feet in shock. She quickly understood what was happening. Wait, the tower is teleporting us by force. She was right. This was no longer voluntary. The goddess continued, her hands clasped together, as if she were praying. "Those of you who decided to climb up the tower, those of you who climb up the tower, those of you who readily received your new names and became the tower's warriors." Her words were clear. There was no escape. Only you, the chosen warriors, shall carry out the honorable mission. The white light grew brighter, completely covering Kim's vision. The plaza disappeared. The cheers disappeared. The sense of choice disappeared. And just like that, the real beginning of the 21st floor started. Not as a reward, but as a summons. Latecomers always have a disadvantage. In any field, the early players already control most of the space. The experienced ones dominate, and anyone who arrives late has to struggle twice as hard just to prove they belong. The tower was no different. When the white light faded and Kim opened his eyes, the voice that welcomed them was not the goddess. Instead, it was the voice of a child whose gender was unclear. The child floated in the air and looked down at the hunters who had just been summoned. The child said he had been waiting anxiously for them and that every day felt like 3 years. His clothes looked like a strange mix of traditional Eastern style, but up close, nothing about them was normal. His sleeves were extremely long, almost 5 meters in length. Despite the unusual outfit, it suited him perfectly. He spread his arms wide and welcomed them to the great library of all life. A message appeared confirming that the constellation known as the Indoor Librarian had welcomed them. However, most hunters were too confused to pay attention. There were over 300 people gathered there, all looking around in panic. Many had been teleported suddenly from different places. Some had been in the middle of daily routines. Some had been resting. A few had been caught in awkward situations and were clearly embarrassed. The sudden teleportation had interrupted everyone without warning. The Indoor Librarian smiled lightly and snapped his fingers. Large book covers flew in from nowhere and gently wrapped around those who needed clothing. They looked slightly strange, like cardboard armor made from books, but at least it helped restore some dignity. Gradually, the hunters regained their composure and finally turned their attention toward the floating constellation. The Black Witch stepped forward and asked who he was and where they were. The Indoor Librarian politely introduced himself as someone who managed a somewhat large library, though what surrounded them was clearly beyond somewhat. Endless bookshelves stretched in every direction. The floor, the walls, and even the distant ceiling appeared to be made of bookcases. It felt like an entire world constructed from books. The Indoor Librarian's eyes sparkled when he looked at Kim. He recognized him as the Deaf King. Kim remained calm but cautious. The constellation explained that this place stored records of countless worlds. He summoned 2 floating books. One was titled Chronicle of the Agam Empire. The other was The Story of the City of Ascension. He explained that the books in this library were not ordinary stories. They were the recorded histories of worlds connected to towers. Then he revealed something important. The reason only certain people were summoned was simple. Everyone present had a title. Only hunters who had received official titles from the tower were brought here. There were exactly 302 of them. Those without titles remained behind. The realization spread through the group. This meant that, from the 21st floor onward, only titled hunters would continue. The gap between those who had titles and those who didn't would grow wider. In the past, Kim had been one of the ones left behind. After the 20th floor, he had struggled endlessly without a title. But now, he was rank 3. He was no longer the same person. While many hunters looked shaken, Kim forced himself to stay steady. The Black Witch murmured that 300 people seemed too few to clear the tower. The indoor librarian laughed lightly and told them not to worry. After all, only 3 hunters had protected the Agam Empire before, and now there were over 300. Before anxiety could spread further, Kim urged the librarian to move on and give them the quest. The constellation admitted he was so excited that he forgot to explain the rules. He snapped his fingers again, and hundreds of books began circling him. He searched through them, muttering about different apocalyptic stories. Finally, he chose one and opened it. He warned them it was only a preview. White light burst outward. Suddenly, all the hunters found themselves floating high above an unfamiliar world. The buildings below looked strange, like massive towers shaped from earth and stone. They were not falling, but being suspended in the air still caused panic among some hunters. The indoor librarian explained that these books were not simple stories. They were entire worlds recorded in written form. He pointed to the chronicle of the Agam Empire and said that was the world they had cleared. He pointed to another book and said that was their own world. Then he showed them something else. The sky and the preview world suddenly tore apart. Massive objects fell from above. The land below shook violently, and the city crumbled in moments. The scene was overwhelming. Just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished when the librarian closed the book. He opened another one. This time, endless water swallowed a city. Then another book showed a world covered entirely in sand. Another showed a world hidden beneath smoke-filled skies. One even showed a world overrun by infected creatures. Each time, the world collapsed in a different way. The indoor librarian explained that these were discontinued apocalyptic books. Their stories ended abruptly, not because they reached a natural conclusion, but because they were cut short unfairly. He called it discontinued serialization, what others would call doom. When the visions ended, they returned to the giant library. Many hunters felt dizzy. Some collapsed to their knees. Witnessing the fall of so many worlds had shaken them deeply. The indoor librarian then explained the quest. It was simple in words, but heavy in meaning. They needed to pick 8 discontinued apocalyptic books. They needed to enter those worlds. They needed to prevent their stories from ending prematurely. If they successfully saved a world, it would become one of the tower's floors. If they failed, the floor would not open. A quest window appeared. Remake the world. Book 1. Difficulty. Undecided. Goal. Pick 1 discontinued apocalyptic book and save the world. If successful, it becomes the 22nd floor. Kim looked at the librarian and summarized it calmly. The constellation did not like the endings of these stories. He wanted the hunters to rewrite them. The indoor librarian smiled sheepishly and admitted that was correct. He wanted to continue reading these worlds properly. He wanted better endings. The 21st floor was not truly a battlefield. It was a gateway. From the 22nd to the 29th floors, they would be entering broken worlds and trying to fix them. Their new mission was clear. They were no longer just climbing a tower. They were rewriting the fate of worlds. The great library fell into a suffocating silence after the extremists were swallowed. Some hunters with weaker stomachs bent over and threw up. Others stood frozen, staring at their quest windows as if pretending none of it had happened. Only the indoor librarian spoke, calmly reminding everyone to clean up their own vomit because maintaining the library's cleanliness required cooperation. He clapped his long sleeves together, and from the shadows between towering bookshelves, strange figures approached. At first glance, they looked human because they had arms and legs, but their torsos were flat, like oversized bookmarks, and on each one was printed the image of a maid's uniform. The Black Witch narrowed her eyes immediately and recognized them as bookmarks. The indoor librarian proudly confirmed they were bookmark maids who would serve the hunters until the 30th floor was cleared. They bowed politely, offering food, drinks, and assistance as if this were a hotel instead of a slaughterhouse. When asked whether they were monsters, the librarian smiled behind his sleeve and replied that they could be thought of that way. His tone had changed, less cheerful, more dangerous. Then he issued a warning. No one was to touch the books without his permission. Each apocalyptic book was unique in the universe. He had collected them with blood, sweat, and tears. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on them without consent would regret it. Before he could finish, a hunter shouted angrily that this only proved the librarian was the boss monster of the floor, and that 300 hunters could easily crush a single child. The crowd stirred. The librarian did not react. His silence emboldened the instigator further. He claimed that if Kim could clear the 20th floor alone, then they could surely overpower this so-called boss together. Jealous eyes turned toward Kim, filled with greed and resentment. The instigator accused the 5 guilds of monopolizing glory and fabricating heroes. The Black Witch nearly stepped forward in fury, but Kim grabbed her wrist and whispered that everything was being broadcast live. He explained that the plaza below the tower was showing a hologram of the stage in real time. Hundreds of thousands were watching as if this were a television program. The constellation had called them characters in a book. If there were characters, there had to be readers. Every word, every action would be remembered. The Black Witch understood immediately. It was not enough to clear the floor. They had to clear it in a way that preserved their image. Reputation mattered as much as survival. They were already inside a book titled The Great Library of All Life. At that moment, the tower's voice echoed in Kim's mind, announcing his rewards for clearing the 20th floor. He received the blessing of the God of Beauty, allowing him to observe affinities on the 21st to 30th floors. He also received the God of Serpent's blessing from clearing the hidden quest, granting him the ability to see other states of mind. These rewards were perfect for what he needed now. This stage required performance and teamwork. To act convincingly, he had to understand the characters around him. When he checked the Black Witch's character window, he discovered her true preferences: romance, Prince Charming types, sacrifice for the greater good, and her current thoughts about acting noble for the broadcast. Kim felt guilty, as if he had read someone's private diary. The Sword Emperor, however, reacted very differently when Kim used the ability on him. His window revealed his love for Miram, macho rivals, victory, and most embarrassingly, mothers. Kim let out a quiet laugh and said, "Oh, so you're a mommy lover." Sword Emperor, current state of mind, was pure panic. The usually composed Sword Emperor exploded in embarrassment, threatening to kill Kim if he did not erase what he saw. Kim calmly leveraged the information, suggesting that perhaps the Sword Emperor should speak more politely until the 30th floor was cleared. It was the first time Kim had complete advantage over Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, the hunters split into 2 factions. Around 100 extremists sided with the instigator and wanted to eliminate the librarian. The rest hesitated. Then the Sword Saint finally spoke for the first time since arriving, mocking the extremists for their foolishness. He reminded them that the librarian could simply throw them into any apocalyptic world at will. Picking a fight was suicide. His words caused half the extremists to withdraw, leaving about 50 stubborn hunters. The instigator continued shouting, accusing the 5 guilds of hoarding power. The librarian sighed and selected a book titled The Epic of the Sealed World. He claimed he disliked cliches and opened it. Instantly, the library filled with light, followed by massive dark tentacles. They shot out and seized the extremists. The librarian calmly narrated that the protagonist of this world was a wizard who survived humanity's fall and eventually became closer to a tentacle monster than a man. The wizard specialized in sealing magic, and the librarian occasionally provided him with materials for commissions. The 50 extremists were dragged screaming into the book within seconds. When the tentacles withdrew, the book began vomiting something back out. Everyone held their breath. What emerged were bookmarks, human-sized figures with maid uniforms printed across their torsos. The librarian casually explained that the wizard enjoyed dressing his artwork as maids. The 50 extremists had been transformed into bookmark maids. As the hunters looked around, they noticed thousands of similar maids working silently throughout the endless library. The scale of it was terrifying. How many hunters had already been turned into decorations here? The library was perfectly silent now. The indoor librarian smiled sweetly and closed the book. The useless extras had been cleaned up, he said. Then he looked down at the remaining hunters and asked, almost playfully, if they now felt like becoming protagonists instead. The hunters sat in a wide circle inside the enormous library. In the very center of that circle were hundreds of apocalyptic books stacked in a towering pile. These were not normal books. Just moments ago, one of them had swallowed 50 hunters whole. The shock was still fresh. Fear lingered in the air like cold fog. No one dared step forward. No one dared even breathe loudly. The tension was suffocating, yet in the middle of that heavy silence, one person laughed. The Inquisitor, the tower's most infamous madman, stroked his chin as if he were watching a play instead of standing beside a mass tragedy. He cheerfully declared that losing 50 people was unfortunate but necessary, that sacrifice was the cost of marching forward, and that they should celebrate protecting the remaining 100 instead of mourning the fallen. With every word he spoke, morale sank lower. Even the bookmark maids moving quietly through the room, serving hot coffee and black tea, could not soften the atmosphere. Only the Inquisitor happily sipped his tea while everyone else stared blankly at the floor. Kim understood immediately that letting the Inquisitor continue would only worsen things. He cut him off firmly and told him to stop talking. Surprisingly, the Inquisitor agreed without complaint, almost delighted to follow orders. The hunters looked between Kim and the Inquisitor with disbelief, but Kim ignored their stares. He had simply learned how to handle that lunatic. Now he needed to take control properly. As rank 3, he held authority here. He forced himself to stand straight despite the pressure tightening in his stomach and directed everyone's attention toward the quest window. The quest was titled Remake the World. The indoor librarian wanted them to choose one discontinued world and save it. If they succeeded, that world would become the 22nd floor of the tower. But if they failed, the 22nd floor would never open. Kim pointed out the most important part. The reward depended entirely on the world they saved. If they rescued a world rich in resources, food, water, minerals, even rare materials, then the tower would gain permanent access to those benefits. The hunter's eyes slowly began to shine with understanding, self-sufficiency, stability, power. This quest was not punishment. It was opportunity. Ignoring warnings from Viper, Kim walked straight to the pile and grabbed a book at random. Everyone froze, expecting tentacles to burst out again. Nothing happened. The indoor librarian laughed and explained that the books were harmless unless he activated his ability. Kim opened the book. A system window appeared. The story of Stormwind Academy, a fantasy romance set in a magic academy. The world ended because a villainess, heartbroken after losing her fiancé, unsealed a destructive artifact and released a demon. The apocalypse was caused by jealousy and misunderstanding. Kim almost felt offended on behalf of the world itself. A romantic misunderstanding ended an entire civilization. It was ridiculous. It was tragic. And if a reader had been following that story only to see it end in sudden destruction, they would have gone insane. Kim understood exactly why the indoor librarian was furious. He ordered everyone to start reading. They had to evaluate each world carefully. Difficulty must match their capabilities. Benefits must outweigh risks. But most hunters hesitated. The Sword Emperor's voice echoed in Kim's mind, reminding him that high-ranking hunters had enormous egos. Reason alone would not move them. Kim gathered his aura and raised his voice with authority. Instantly, they obeyed. Groups were formed, readers to the left, non-readers to the right. Romance, fantasy, mystery, survival divided by genre. The chaos slowly turned into structured activity. Kim gave an example of what not to choose. A post-nuclear survival romance where humanity died from volcanic eruption after surviving nuclear war. Even if saved, the world would remain poisoned by radiation. Useless. He remembered how the Fire Emperor had cleared this floor by selfishly choosing volcano worlds that suited his fire immunity, ignoring long-term benefit. Kim refused to repeat that mistake. He would choose worlds that strengthened everyone. As books were distributed, he reminded them not to judge based on plot quality. It didn't matter if the protagonist was annoying or the story made no sense. What mattered was resource value and survivability. While assigning groups, he noticed something odd. The Black Witch stood among the mystery readers, even though he knew she adored romance. When he gently pointed this out, she stiffened but maintained composure. claiming she wanted a new challenge. Only then did Kim realize the truth. Many hunters were hiding their real preferences out of pride. Romance readers were pretending to be intellectual. Muram fans filled the martial arts group whether they understood it or not. Pride was stronger than practicality. The Inquisitor revealed he liked fairy tales and myths. Kim immediately made him the sole member of the fairy tale group and gave him full responsibility. The madman accepted with shining eyes. There were likely no fairy tale books in the pile at all, but it kept him busy. As Kim scanned the crowd using character windows, he discovered over 100 hunters were lying about their preferences. The situation was absurd. Then he reached Viper. The fierce swordsman with an eye patch, leader of the OJP sect, was secretly obsessed with portal fantasies, overpowered protagonists, harems, and system cheats. His inner thoughts complained aggressively about Muram novels being full of sweaty men. Kim felt his sanity slipping. These were the high rankers of the tower. These were the so-called elites. 3 full hours passed just organizing the groups properly. By the end, Kim understood one terrifying truth about the 21st floor. Every high-ranking hunter was completely unhinged, and now managing all of them was his responsibility.
Only one person had nothing to read. The Inquisitor still had a fairy tale written boldly on the back of his hand. After waiting for a while, he raised his hand and calmly announced that something seemed strange because he had not received any apocalyptic book yet. Kim maintained a straight face while explaining that fairy tales were extremely popular. Surely at least one must exist. The Inquisitor nodded thoughtfully, completely unaware that no fairy tale would ever end in world destruction. Kim almost blurted that truth out loud but stopped himself in time. Instead, he told the Inquisitor to wait patiently. The madman obediently bounced away to sit in a corner. Everyone understood he would never receive a fairy tale. Time passed. Eventually, the hunters paused to eat. They were exhausted. Eyes burned from reading entire worlds. Groans filled the air as they accepted sandwiches and tea from the bookmark maids without even questioning it. The Black Witch looked particularly drained. She confessed that she could finally understand the indoor librarian's suffering. Every single story stopped at the emotional peak. When the heroine confessed love, meteors fell. When couples were about to kiss, alien invasions began. Romantic comedies turned into apocalyptic disasters without warning. The beginnings were masterpieces, charming characters, engaging plots, but the endings were brutally cut off. Kim quickly reminded her that everything was still being broadcast live. She froze mid-complaint. Ever since learning that thousands were watching them like characters in a novel, she had become hyper-aware of her image. The indoor librarian floated down, grinning in eerie satisfaction. He admitted openly that the 683 apocalyptic books they were reading were the most painful masterpieces in his collection. They were evil not because they were poorly written, but because they were too good. They trapped readers in love with the story, then abandoned them at the worst possible moment. He wanted the hunters to share his eternal frustration. Some hunters trembled. Those who loved reading looked especially horrified. At that moment, someone called Kim's name. It was the chemist, the girl who would one day become the master alchemist. She now had a title, chemist. Kim was genuinely surprised. She explained awkwardly that she had done nothing special, but the tower had announced that her crafted items contributed to saving a world. Kim immediately understood. Her elixirs had helped him during the fight against the Demon King of Autumn Rain. Without intending to, he had boosted her achievements. She, however, admired him openly, praising his sudden rise to rank 3. Kim scratched his head awkwardly, while the Sword Emperor mocked him internally for acting overly sentimental. 4 days passed before all books were finally reviewed. Each group presented recommendations. The romance group suggested 4 balanced worlds. The science fiction group offered 2. The mystery group had theirs. Then the Inquisitor proudly presented Our Victim from his fairy tale group. The contents were horrifying. A utopia powered by the tortured screams of innocent children had lasted 118,000 years before collapsing, when no innocent children remained. Kim silently decided that no matter the rewards, that world required attention someday. But another book captured his focus more strongly. The Sword Saint stepped forward and presented Heavenly Demon Chronicle. It was a Muram world where martial artists dominated. A heavenly demon had attempted to unify the martial realm before a mysterious plague wiped out everyone. The Sword Saint explained that the Heavenly Demon cult had gathered countless martial arts manuals, essentially a treasure vault of techniques and principles. If saved, that library would belong to them. Manuals were like detailed guides to skills. Saving that world meant exponential growth in strength. The hunters reacted immediately. The promise of becoming stronger was irresistible. Kim stroked his chin. A Murim world filled with masters who could fly would be extremely dangerous, but also extremely rewarding. If one of those masters eliminated him, his ability might grant him a powerful skill. The Sword Emperor criticized him for always thinking like a true zombie, but Kim ignored him. He had another reason. Suddenly, the sword at his waist trembled. Shiny's voice echoed in his mind. She had detected a presence. Her sister was nearby. The goddess of protection had been split into 5 swords, and Shiny was one fragment. Until now, she had no idea where the others were sealed, but now she could feel one. Kim scanned the endless shelves of the great library, but Shiny corrected him. Not the shelves. In front of him, his gaze shifted to the Sword Saint, more precisely to the book in the Sword Saint's hands. Each apocalyptic book contained an entire world. The holy sword vibrated again in confirmation. Shiny could feel her sister's presence from inside Heavenly Demon Chronicle. At that moment, Kim knew. Their next destination was decided. In the Great Library's bathroom, Kim Gong-ja splashed cold water on his face like a man trying to rinse off the concept of responsibility. He stared at his reflection and declared, with the kind of confidence only a completely unhinged person can muster, that before heading into Murim, he would die first. The Sword Emperor immediately questioned what part of that plan was supposed to be okay, and Shiny, the holy sword at his waist, simply confessed she didn't understand his human nonsense. Kim, however, was already in full strategic idiot mode. He wasn't talking about dying for fun not only for fun. He was talking about Lefanta Agim, the first emperor of the Agim Empire, the man connected to Shiny's existence. Shiny even pointed out, mildly offended, that Kim himself was the one who named her Shiny, but Kim bulldozed right past that and focused on the important part. A sister sword was somehow inside a Murim world, meaning Lefanta Agi must have had the ability to travel across worlds. If a piece of the goddess of protection could end up in Murim, then the man who split her apart wasn't some normal historical figure. He was the kind of overpowered protagonist who could build an empire, tear apart a constellation, seal her into 5 pieces. He wasn't invincible. His rank had shot up to 3rd. He had fought the Demon King almost alone. People in the city praised him. He had been ordering around titled hunters like he owned the place, and that was exactly why he was scared. Confidence in the tower didn't slowly turn into arrogance. It mutated overnight. He reminded himself of the Fire Emperor Yu Suha, who had relied on returners' clockwork and still ended up dead anyway, humiliated by circumstances after death. Kim didn't want to become the next example, so he decided he wouldn't enter Heavenly Demon Chronicle until he had at least one piece of real information about Lefanta Agim. The Sword Emperor agreed that being cautious was smart, but asked the obvious question: how would Kim learn anything about someone he knew nothing about? Kim tapped Shiny like she was a button on a vending machine. Shiny was not just a sword. She was literally the goddess of protection, sealed, fragmented, and inconveniently attached to his belt. Kim's mind went to the only tool he trusted more than his own morals, his own death. He grinned and proposed a horrifyingly calm question. If he stabbed himself with Shiny, would it count as suicide, or would it count as being eliminated by a constellation? If it counted as being eliminated by a constellation, his skill penalty would recreate the killer's trauma, which meant he could force Shiny's past to replay for him like an embarrassing family video. He called it a 50-50 gamble. The Sword Emperor's eyes widened like he just realized his disciple was a walking insurance fraud scheme. Shiny urgently begged him to reconsider, saying it was embarrassing to show her past, that she had privacy, that she didn't want her history exposed. Kim, without a shred of mercy, argued that Shiny watched his entire life nonstop, so fairness demanded reciprocity. Then, while Shiny was still pleading, he drove the holy sword into himself. The system confirmed his death, confirmed the skill's activation, and clarified that he couldn't duplicate the Goddess of Protection skills because they were sealed. Kim didn't care. He hadn't died to copy powers. He had died for information. The penalty activated at intermediate intensity, themed Preter Realm, and the moment Kim had wanted, arrived, the recreated trauma began. He saw the Goddess of Protection in her full constellation form before she was split and sealed. She spoke gently, congratulating a hero whose long journey had ended. Across from her sat Lefanta Ajim's silver-haired, elegant, exhausted on a plain throne. He spoke like a man remembering the absurdity of being summoned and somehow ending up on top of the world. The goddess laughed warmly, remarking on how he'd started as a clueless civilian and had become stronger than even her. Kim instantly focused. This had to be Lefanta Agim. But before Kim could fully settle into the scene, the Sword Emperor abruptly interrupted, staring hard at Lefanta like he'd seen a ghost. The Sword Emperor recognized him, not as an emperor, but as something far worse, the Constellation Murderer. That was his title, a hunter who hunted down constellations and beat them up for sport. The Sword Emperor explained that past the 50th floor, hunters from different worlds competed, and that this Constellation Murderer never left the 50th floor. He stayed there like a rabid guard dog and immediately attacked any constellation who showed up. According to the Sword Emperor, he had probably eliminated hundreds. Kim, stunned, realized the implications. Lefanta Ajim wasn't merely a historical emperor. He was a hunter, one of the strongest in the tower, and he had a long history with the Sword Emperor. Then the trauma scene snapped back into motion, and Lefanta Agam suddenly corrected the goddess's wording. They weren't divine spirits or demonic spirits. They were constellations, and worlds belonged to humans, not constellations. His red aura flared to life, and the goddess's confusion turned into shock. Lefanta calmly stated he wouldn't eliminate her because she had helped him so far. Then he did something even colder. He unleashed his aura and began ripping apart her existence, splitting and sealing her so she could never regain her full power. The goddess screamed as her very being was torn. Lefanta apologized, but it was the apology of someone who had already decided the right way mattered more than her suffering. The trauma ended there, leaving Kim with the taste of a truth that didn't actually explain anything. Lefanta Agam was righteous, and also terrifying. Kim snapped back into the bathroom, returned one day, and sat there staring like a man who had just watched the origin story of a problem he couldn't solve. He asked Shiny directly why Lefanta had sealed her. Shiny's light dimmed, and she admitted she didn't know. She only remembered him as a quiet, righteous hero. She couldn't understand why he sealed her, or why he abandoned the empire he built with his own hands. Instead of clarity, Kim gained dread. At least now he knew Lefanta's face. And one fact became unavoidable. If Kim ever met Lefanta Agim on the 50th floor, Lefanta would likely see Kim carrying a piece of the goddess he had sealed, and treat him as a problem to be corrected. The Sword Emperor, as always, offered the simplest life philosophy imaginable. Stop trying to understand lunatics, become strong, and beat up anyone you don't like. Kim didn't have the luxury of that yet. He wasn't anywhere near Lefanta's level, so he did what he always did, kept moving forward. The next day, after the hunters finished reading and debating, they officially chose Heavenly Demon Chronicle as the apocalyptic book that would become the new 22nd floor. The indoor librarian smiled like someone watching children pick up a cursed artifact with enthusiasm. He praised the selection, warning that Miriam here wouldn't perfectly match what they knew, but it would still have its own martial arts and gango. And depending on how the challengers guided the story, they could gain hidden treasures abilities similar to skills in their language. The hunters buzzed with excitement until the indoor librarian calmly poured ice water on their hopes. If you perish in an apocalyptic book, you die in real life, and you cannot escape until you reach a proper ending. The mood dropped instantly because death had that effect on people who didn't have Kim's absurd loopholes. The book required 2 to 4 challengers. Naturally, everyone's eyes drifted toward the high rankers, especially Kim, because he had spent days commanding them like a reluctant general. Kim stepped forward and said he would go. The guild's leaders looked proud, as if they'd expected him to carry the burden. Then, the Sword Saint volunteered as well, saying he recommended the book and couldn't sit out. He looked serious, but the slight curl of his lips betrayed the truth. He was excited to step into real Miriam. The indoor librarian announced the minimum was met, and that up to 2 more people could join. Then the Sword Saint revealed the real reason he wanted extra members. The world ended from a mysterious plague. No details, no name, no cause, just plague, and then everyone died. If the expedition team wanted a chance, they needed someone knowledgeable about disease. The Sword Saint called forward the Medicine King, an elderly man with the posture of someone who had survived enough disasters to be unimpressed by new ones. The Sword Emperor recognized him too. He owned the shop that Marcus frequented. The Medicine King could focus on solving the plague while the Sword Saint and Kim handled combat. At least, that was the plan. But Kim raised a hand and calmly said he wanted one more person. He pointed to the chemist, the same girl who had recently gained her title because her elixirs had contributed to saving a world through Kim's battle. She froze, mouth opening and closing like a fish trying to explain taxes. She insisted she was weak, that she'd be useless, that it had been less than a week since she received her title. Kim didn't argue strength. He argued value. He called her the best pharmacist and doctor he knew. Then, with a gentle smile that somehow felt like a threat, he reminded her of the promise she had made. She said she would help him in any way she could. Unless she hadn't meant it, she was coming. The chemist looked at him with utter despair, like she was staring at a demon wearing a polite suit. Kim didn't understand why she looked so betrayed. In his mind, it was simple logic. She got boosted because of him, so now she had to pay the price. And just like that, the expedition team for a plague-doomed Miram world was assembled. 2 fighters, a medicine master, and 1 terrified pharmacist who had just learned the tower's true rule. Favors are never free, they're just delayed. When Kim pointed at the trembling chemist and calmly announced she would join the expedition, the entire library reacted like someone had flipped the script without warning. The Sword Saint and Kim were expected choices, strong, experienced, proven. But the 4th slot being filled by a timid young woman with a fresh title caused immediate whispers. Hunters leaned toward one another, confused. They knew the Medicine King. They knew the big names. But her? The Sword Saint recognized her as the same young lady from their earlier encounter and looked slightly troubled. The chemist, on the other hand, reacted instantly. She gasped and hid behind Kim's back. The last time she had faced the Sword Saint, he had been overwhelming and sharp as a drawn blade. Even now, his presence carried weight. Realizing this, the Sword Saint cleared his throat awkwardly and reassured her that everything had been settled between him and Kim. She peeked out cautiously, still unsure. Then the Sword Saint's tone turned serious. He reminded Kim that the world inside the apocalyptic book was extremely dangerous. If someone perished there, it meant real death. Was he truly certain about bringing her? Kim did not hesitate. He nodded immediately and declared that she was the best chemist he knew. That statement shifted the air. Even the Sword Emperor's guardian, who rarely praised anyone, grudgingly admitted the truth. Using identical ingredients and identical amounts, she had produced far more elixirs than established shops, and with better results. The Medicine King was good, but she was different. The Sword Saint's expression subtly changed. Not anger calculation. Kim quietly checked his thoughts and realized the old master wasn't dismissing her. He simply believed there was always someone greater. In his mind, this was an opportunity for growth, a way for the young to learn under experience. It wasn't malicious. It was just the mindset of someone who had lived long. The Medicine King, however, had no such restraint. The moment he heard, "best chemist," he laughed loudly. He mocked the arrogance of youth, claiming young people climbed rocks and called them mountains. He spoke as if he were scolding his own reflection from decades ago. Then he turned sharp, accusing Kim of being the type to parade a trophy around. His words were heavy, dismissive, layered with pride. The Sword Saint tried to smooth things over, but the older man would not be contained. He demanded that Kim look him in the eyes and admit whether he was that kind of rotten person. Before Kim could even respond, the chemist spoke. Her voice trembled, but she did not step back. She said she didn't mind being insulted, but she could not accept anyone speaking badly about him. She called him incredible. The Medicine King twisted her defense into mockery, joking that she sounded like she was defending her husband. The poor girl froze, her mind clearly overwhelmed by the ridiculous comment. The paladin stepped in, stating firmly that the chemist was skilled. The Watchman League had been receiving excellent potions from her. That was fact, not sentiment. The Medicine King scoffed and attacked their finances instead, pointing out that their guild couldn't even afford his shop. It was a precise strike at a known weakness. The paladin fell silent. Finally, the older man waved dismissively, claiming further conversation would only exhaust him. That was when Kim decided enough was enough. He was aware of something the others felt only faintly. Everything was being broadcast live. Babylon Plaza. The world watching. This was not just a private argument. This was a stage. He calmly proposed a test. The Medicine King erupted immediately, assuming he was being challenged by force, but Kim simply pulled out medicinal herbs and offered identical ingredients. Each would craft a potion. The results would speak for themselves. The chemist panicked. She stammered that he was famous, respected, experienced. She had only received her title days ago. How could she compete? Kim placed his hands on her shoulders and looked directly into her eyes. "I trust you." That was all. Her trembling slowed. She inhaled deeply. The fear didn't vanish, but it reshaped into resolve. She corrected herself mid-sentence. She wouldn't try. She would win. The match began. The hunter's reactions were predictable. Most believed the Medicine King would win easily. His reputation was long-standing. His potions were premium. Experience mattered. The Countess immediately opened betting lines using bookmark maids as assistants. The odds were heavily one-sided. The Black Witch warned that if this failed, it would damage his reputation permanently. He simply told her to place a small bet on the chemist. Soon, the Medicine King finished first. He raised his potion triumphantly. Premium recovery potion. Rarity, premium. The library erupted into cheers. Hunters shouted praise and offers to purchase it. The older man looked down confidently, as if the outcome had been inevitable. Then the chemist quietly lifted her bottle. Soma strawberry. Rarity, semi-legendary. It tasted like strawberry despite containing none. More importantly, it could reattach severed limbs without side effects if the limbs were intact. The cheering stopped instantly. Silence swallowed the entire library. A premium potion healed severe injuries. A semi-legendary potion restored what had been lost. The difference was not subtle. For the first time since the argument began, no one laughed. No one whispered. No one scoffed. Even the Medicine King had no immediate words. And somewhere beyond the shelves, beyond the tower itself, thousands watching the broadcast understood something at the same time. A new era of talent had just revealed itself.